Chris.
I almost left meeting.
I always do that. I think it's also because it's on the right hand
It
side.
is, yeah, dude. That's exactly
Yeah.
what it is, man.
It's so easy to accidentally click it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the same. What also happens to me sometimes is weird things where I'm trying to, usually when I share something, I'm trying to stop sharing and I'll accidentally click stop recording in the middle of the in the middle of the meeting. That's happened a couple times because I'm like fumbling around with Zoom.
Greenest got it.
The only thing you really can see there, this might be like the map itself might become more, populated with information as you explore the town. But right now it kind of gives you a view of the main road. You can see where you are in town. You can see the two cross swords that show where the party is.
The view of all the fires that are burning.
You can see all the fires that are burning because of Araka and Killjourn's fight.
That's right.
And then what I will say is I'm showing you where those fires actually were because they were just put out. So you should see them disappearing now. But those several fires are now, but I'll leave them there just because what I will share is that those fires are now no longer burning, but what they do represent is the buildings that are smoking, the buildings that have taken some damage. And they don't look, it's not like they destroyed them. Some of the thatch caught on fire, some broken buildings, but most of this now white smoke pillowing out of these structures. Where we left off, party journey 2 weeks to get to this area. They came across the Lathander Knights, and bested them and had that guy kind of turn tail and run away. They came across the cultist heads that those knights had put on spikes. They had a very interesting encounter with a ghost, exercise allowing her to free her soul and kind of go to the afterlife, most fitting for her. And now they find themselves here, and when they arrive in town, they believe that there is an assault happening on Greenest until they come through the clearing of the trees and down the path and see that this small town, and what you can see is that this town doesn't look like a log in what I would call it's not quite like a shanty town. It looks like a town that's on the come up, is prosperous enough. It's not but it's not fortified the best. Like there's no walls around, and the only fortification you can see off in the maybe a few hundred, maybe a couple hundred yards away is this dark, like maybe 3 or 4 stories high, a keep, like almost like a small castle, a little fortification that probably, if something like this was to happen, people would flee towards to take cover, or to and where guards could kind of have some fortification. And they notice and they see the two, Araka, the fiend, the dragonborn, red dragonborn with her kind of like skinned dreadlocks, her large leathery wings, fighting Killjourn, this black dragonborn, celestial solar, these beautiful celestial like white wings that glow like light, hers glowing like fire, kind of zipping in Dragon Ball Z, flashing around the skies before they come to on the ground here in the clearing, both of them turning towards you and being like, it wasn't supposed to happen this way. That's, I think, where we left off. And then knowing that there is someone talking, maybe it's in the background, little background noise, just making sure. There is a blue dragon that did appear and has been flying. It flew around, landed before it actually put out the fires with a gust of its breath, and then landed on the keep, right on the edge of the keep, because no guards are up there right now, just getting up there. And then this dark armor clad figure, can't make if it's male or female, maybe using thaumaturgy to boom its voice over already these dark storm clouds that seem to follow with this blue dragon with this huge horn extruding out of its head, declaring that the Dark Queen is requesting, like Jameson said last time, Xerxes style, offering of water and earth by the next sunset, to show their reverence, their allegiance to Tiamat. And then that dragon takes off, flies up into the clouds, and kind of can see the storm clouds kind of crackling around, and the party just standing there waiting for what happens next. And I think that's where we kind of crashed to the black and ended our session. Is there anything you guys want to add to that, or questions about that, or to kind of clarify before we get started?
I'm good. I didn't even realize there was a blue dragon last time.
I forgot that it was a blue dragon last time.
Yeah.
That all happened right after. Yeah, it was like that right after that you met Araka and Kildren.
After we decided that we're going to parent trap them.
Yes.
My only question would be, how long has it been since our previous party? Because I was trying to update Kana.
How long has it been since your previous?
Since Storm King's Thunder.
Oh, that's a good question. I clearly worked that out to the T, but this has been based on some of the. I got to go all the way back to the notes from the very, very beginning. But this is probably, if I'm not mistaken, I'll clarify this question later. But it's
according to my notes, it has been 10 years since Storm King's Thunder.
Thank you, Cheryl. So I don't have to look it up. It's 10 years since Storm King's Thunder.
Kana's old.
Kana's old.
How old was he in Storm King's Thunder?
I think he was in his 40s.
Oh, so yeah.
Okay. You hear that, Sean? 10 years until you're old.
I'm good with that. I'm okay with that.
We've had some notes. The first session notes are like a big chunk back in my little notebook. So.
Yep, it's been 10 long years. 10 long years since the War of the Giants. Good job, Cheryl. I always count on the writer and the note taker to keep that stuff at top of mind.
Teacher's pet.
I appreciate
it. I'll leave. Take your own damn notes.
Oh, no, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, he is now 42.
Super young guy.
Yeah, that is where we are at. So let's get started. Well, it's no wonder that the dragons are said to be among the first gods in existence. This is the second time you've come across one of them and been in their presence. And again, it inspires, not even as close, but it inspires not only that bone-chilling fear, but that reverential fear as well. Like encountering or meeting your fiercest predator in the woods, but one that has superior intellect and maybe even the soul of a god. And as the dragon fear runs through your very veins, pushing you to flee, courage, the size of a mustard seed inside of you, keeps your feet planted, awaiting the dragon strafe, expecting it, darting your eyes, darting back and forth, preparing to move out of the way as you're expected to strafe down from those clouds above you at any moment and breathe, not even necessarily knowing what is going to come out of its gullet. And as you wait in those intense moments, those seconds that seem like forever, seeing every now and then its silhouette move across past a cloud, it quiet your own senses, drowning out the slight screams and panics of people who are heading towards the keep. It never comes. And suddenly that booming voice says, "Tomorrow at dusk, we will come for your answer. And you can hear that roar of that dragon as it carries off through the village and across the valley. disappears. You can hear it leaving.
What direction does it flee in? Towards.
It flees north, like northeast. And both Kildren and Araka turn to you. And there's a moment here where we know that most people are diving for cover, and with all the commotion, you can tell that it's a desolate, it's kind of like, you almost feel like you're in a ghost town. And it's in this moment where a little bit of the flickering flames that are slowly going out under this half moon. I know it probably shows in the background a full moon, but probably a half moon under these dark clouds that are slowly starting to dissipate, almost like the storm clouds are starting to leave with the absence of the dragon. And as this is happening, Araka and Kildren kind of like settle themselves, both standing almost toe to toe, some 8-9 feet tall. And they kind of just breathe at each other and kind of grumble as they realize, something's off, that maybe they're wrong. Before they break into any kind of back and forth, is the one thing that they do say is they kind of look at you all and they kind of point to each other and they go, and then Kildren goes, "You're working with her? You're working with him?" And they kind of like clash at the same moment.
We're working with both of you. We're working with both of you.
Amnon's gonna, he'll just cough out a little. He's gonna walk up close to both of them. And it's kind of just not really say anything, but just give them like a really disappointed look at both of them. And I'd be like, "What the fuck? What are you doing?"
And Sean, you are welcome anytime to send me private messages on how you think Kildren is acting in these scenarios, if you'd like.
Oh, that's interesting. All right.
What is this look of disdain? As Araka can tell that Amnon is kind of looking up, looking down on her, but from below. She kind of shakes her head, snorts out a puff of smoke.
I'm looking at you acting like a child. You too, Kildren. You're fighting out in the open here?
He attacked me first.
It does not matter. You're a freaking devil. Take it somewhere else.
I attacked her because when I came into the area, I saw her and I thought, I only assumed the worst. Of course, she must be working with Tiamat.
Amnon's going to look back to Demetria and I'm going to be like, how are we going to win when they can't even keep it together?
Yeah, I'm starting to get an idea that maybe we are the best people for this job if we're the people that can put our differences aside to work on this shit. You attack her on sight. I'm the one that's been doing all the groundwork down here, buddy. And she points at her tiefling horns. If we're about to start going on appearance alone, then we're going to be short a hell of a lot of hands that we actually need to get this handled.
She is a fiend, and she is the jailer of Tiamat. So who knows? Maybe I figured she was the one to release. And then they both kind of and they kind of start to bicker and argue, and then they
feel elbows between them. Feel elbows between
Amnon's gonna point his he's gonna pull out his blasting rod really fast. He's gonna fire his eldritch blast in the air. It's gonna be two beams. They're gonna come out. They're gonna hit each other. It's just gonna cause a concussion because it's just two forces hitting each other.
Okay.
And I just want it just to silence everything, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and it does.
And I'm just gonna look at both of you and I'll be like, "What? I thought you both want the same thing." I mean, Kildren, you want Tiamat handcuffed in jail. Master, you want that same thing, yeah?
I do not. Just listen, Drake. I do not answer to you, only to Bahamut. And I only answer to Bahamut. And I did not know until now. You're just now telling me that this fiend is working with you.
Dude.
I was tasked with following the 5 falling stars that burst across Faerun. For the last 2 weeks, I have been following those, and at every location they have turned up nothing. And then this location turned up the very fiend who keeps her in her chains. And he kind of looks to her, and would you get? I saw insight. No need to roll. I think it comes off. I think Killjourn. It comes off a bit genuine. And then Araka goes, "I was doing the same. I have been for 2 weeks traveling to each of these locations."
We've all been traveling for 2 weeks, guys. We've all been on the road.
Wait.
We travel faster than you, and they both like.
I'm tired.
I'd be like, oh my god.
This is not going to work. They're high powered, but can I actually cast? I do have. I have calm emotions.
Oh, thank you.
Can I please cast calm emotions?
Yes, you may cast calm emotions.
You may attempt to suppress strong emotions in a group of people, each humanoid in a 20-foot radius sphere centered on a point you choose within range. Must make a charisma saving throw. That's a 13 DC. They can choose to fail it if they wish, and if they can have one of two effects. I can suppress any effect making. Okay, no, I'm gonna
You see them
chill
both.
things out, man. I just want to chill things out.
Both of them kind of. One thing you are all right about is that there is no time for bickering. This is Killjourn.
I also want to point one thing to you two out as well. You two were both following leads, and you both came here and attacked each other. Dude, you guys saw each other. That should have told you you're both on the right track.
I would be wise not to. I'm fine. But I'd be wise not to continue to judge us, and then for
No judgment.
trying to say you are trying. We're all in this. You listen. It was but a mistake.
No
judgment. Looking around at some of the
Killjourn.
damage they've done.
Honestly, dude, right now, looking at what you guys have gotten up to, you seem like very similar people. So I think we should go from there and try and have some conversations.
I was told by Asmodeus, that Araka speaks, and I didn't quite know what would be, but we do know in the hells that Tiamat is using some strange altering magic, for with how else would she just cease to be in her prison? But these meteors, they seem to be signaling her arrival. And so this was the last place. And then this, Hildra, as you call it, showed up. And so you kind of realize they're both were kind of trying to do the same thing, trying to thwart, almost trying to arrive before you all to thwart whatever evil or find out whatever evil they had come across.
And Demetra kind of turned towards Amnon and kind of like gesture like, I'm gonna talk to Killjourn. You try and like usher Killjourn aside from him. Like, can we talk for a second, man?
Actually, don't you think we should just keep this all together instead of us breaking up apart again?
I mean,
You start to realize that you only have so much time here, still some time to talk to them.
Right.
As you can start to hear some commotion, like what? Like guards kind of moving. Okay. They're all still in the distance with your dark vision. You kind of see them under the moonlight. Their silhouettes moving. They haven't like approached the situation, but maybe they are now from the keep aware that there's this group. And Killjourn says, "I don't think it is best that she and I are both here when they arrive. You would have a lot of explaining to do."
I think we already have a lot of explaining to do, but I just want to say, man, we need to talk this out. We need to figure things out together. We'll handle this for the two of you, wherever you end up going. But, right, Bahamut stands for justice. Whatever route it takes to get to justice, as long as we get there in the end, right?
But before you guys leave, tell us what's going on in here. What's that dragon? Do you guys know anything else of what's going on here or where we're going? Because do we bust down the door of that castle? Do we wait for that dragon to come? What do you guys think?
I think we have to talk to the populace because it's their village, their house.
Oh, yes. Killjourn says, clearly you have this is my first time seeing that this cult has garnered such warriors. This is also my first time ever seeing a mortal or a humanoid ride a dragon. Blue dragons are more likely to work with humanoids, or to more with mortals, but to see this, it unnerves me. It means that I would suspect that Tiamat is growing an army. Just from seeing a figure like that in his words.
Oh my god. We didn't get to see a close look at that figure, did we?
It's a human-sized person in all like black, almost like a knight, you know.
We've seen
probably half plate, you know, so that it can move a bit more. Fully, you could hardly see, almost, you know, like a very angular, you know, the kind of armor that is very stylized and looks like it would hurt to touch. a lot of pointy bits on it. Even just from a distance.
We have seen someone ride a dragon, because Eldricon rode on the dragon when he left.
The Sauron medium set.
Thanks, Mona, for my roommate's cat is adding her opinions, if you can hear. She's very invested.
Do you guys remember what that knight said before he left?
We had till dusk the next day for
yes.
articulating.
So
you wanted earth and water.
Which
makes no sense. You cannot eat earth.
the knight asks for an offering, and that by dusk tomorrow the cultists will return. This person will return. He, she, they will return, and they want some form of offering of earth and water, a symbolic offering that this land and the rivers around it belong to Tiamat.
Okay.
Yeah. And that is what was declared, and then said dusk is when they would return, and then flew away. And so you all clearly know the dragon, we'll say, didn't blast any. So far, all the damage that's done came from Araka and Killjoy. It does not mean clearly the presence of the dragon did feel very much like a threat, you know, almost a lawful evil kind of threat, you know. So yeah, that's
the worst kind, which is the worst kind.
Yeah.
You can't manipulate their emotions. So I'm feeling very much like we need to evacuate the village.
So then it sounds like this dragon knight is trying to garner loyalty among these citizens then.
And there is there's a spear that is jammed in the ground right maybe 20, 30, 40 feet away from you all. And that spear has a pouch, and you can see it sagging with coins.
Get it.
So
like that. That's how Aramis would go get it. I'm going to lightly walk over there, and I'm going to.
You open this pouch, this kind of calf-skinned leather pouch, and inside there's at least 200 gold coins in there.
That's not that much.
It's not that much, but you know.
For a whole village, for a whole city.
Actually, if you think about it, like as an offering to one coin could probably, you know, suffice a person for a couple of weeks. It's if the city's gonna give it out, you know.
Sorry, that was like my immediate. I'm like, for a whole city, you couldn't like splurge for some platinum.
It's a small city. It's a small city.
I guess
it's not a city at all. If you're on Legend Keeper, it's literally a little
town, bro.
It's a little crop town. Yeah, it's like those gold pieces will go a long way to whatever they do with them.
I'm sorry, I retract that
And
statement.
this is the gold that they were willing to throw down from the sky. Now, I'm not defending it. Yes, maybe but even the fact that somebody flies out with a dragon and throws down gold from the sky, why would they even do it?
No, just the bag of gold.
No. Yeah, actually, the note, I did describe a note, and the note is the same message that called out with the large booming voice. So it's almost like it's like a letter written same way.
As per my last email.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean,
go ahead.
Oh, no. I want to hear what you have to say first.
I'll just say, you do start to see now knights, not knights, but just city guard or town guard. They're not water deep level. You can tell as they are like kind of starting to come through and approach.
Local militia.
Yeah. Yeah, they look at their armor's a little shabby. You know, they got a little smaller shields, some pikes or some spears. And as they begin to come towards the area, Kildren says, "Is there anything else? Because we should probably make our leave and talk later."
Yeah, go. Thank you.
And
we'll take care of this for you.
And then, can I have there was an opportunity where someone asked for an insight check, so I'll allow the entire party to make an insight check. And what this insight check is about, it's about when Araka and Kildren said that they've traveled for 2 weeks and they didn't find anything.
I got a 21.
Okay.
Big 9.
Okay. Anybody better to know so far? Right now, Amnon is maybe picking up something.
I'm able to read Araka pretty well, I'd say.
Wait.
23 from the Wizard Man.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
I don't insight shit.
It's always Rakalesh who's just like, something's off.
He's a cleric. Wisdom is his stat. He got a +8 to insight.
Love it.
Rakalesh is just like Legolas in the background of every scene, kind of leaning out of like the group and just watching.
And so Amnon, I'll say, Ravi, what'd you get?
I got a 13. Robbie's
Okay,
like,
so it's
worried.
Amnon. So I'll say this really goes to Rakalesh, but what Amnon notices is that, you know, at that time, I think Amnon's like, maybe you're feeling like, how did you find nothing? And then Rakalesh, what you are is because you are so, hypersensitive and listening, you notice that when Kildren said he's found nothing, Araka, she is clearly kind of like turns her head, like, what do you mean? Like almost like she clearly found that there's some information being withheld. Kildren at this moment goes, all right, one of you act like you are casting it. Someone cast a spell against the sword. Amnon, give us one of those blasts.
I already fired one. I was just blaming it on that.
We need to make it look like we did the damage. They're not going to trust you. And then he pulls his blade like he's going to come towards you. So you fire an Eldritch and blast into him?
No, actually what I did was I was looking at you like this and I went, fine, I'll make a blast. Boom. So I picture that Amnon just blew off like a little bit of a roof, just to make it look like I did
a weather vane, just
yes.
Yeah, thank you. I like that. Yeah. Or just start spinning really fast.
So does anybody ask you, so Rakalesh, do you or Amnon ask anything about what you've learned from the insight? Do you inquire more as the guards are coming? What do you do? Or do you let them kind of and Kildren is looking like he's like, Araka, we need to go.
Amnon will ask what other locations have they looked at so far?
Araka goes, we've been to all 5.
Do you have that list? Do we have that list?
There is no time to discuss, but where would you like to? Where can we meet in a day's time, or just call me when you want to speak again?
I will meditate for you at my next rest, so we can catch up.
Sounds good.
Good.
Kildren lies about what we have found. And then Kildren kind of grabs her by the wings, and they kind of he's like, just go with it, and they kind of tussle, and then they burst into they kind of teleport into the sky, and a bit of their like fire embers and like light embers kind of trickle down as the guards run up and go.
My own personal insight, because I have good insight. Rocket said we haven't found anything. That means they're working together already.
That's a good point. So I just blew off the roof of a house and there's guards coming. I think Dimitri or Robbie should try talking to.
Freeze, all of you. You can see the sweat on all the guards' brow. They clearly look a bit.
We have a lot of talking that's going to need to happen here. Hopefully really quickly, because we all heard the message. You're your guys' best bet of making it out of here.
Where are you injured? I'm a doctor. I'd like to take a look at them.
Stand down, and slowly out, like pushing through the guards.
Oh, we're lords of the Alliance. We should probably tell them we're lords of the Alliance.
Is that?
Yeah, Demetria pulls out her Lords of the Alliance dagger pin, whatever signifying object they have us. We're the Lords of the Alliance.
That changes everything. Where even though they don't like put their weapons down, they're like,
What did they give us to signify that we're
In the little ceremony, they had fancy daggers, but I think they gave us.
Is it they give you daggers?
In the ceremony, I remember they
I thought it was like a pin or something.
They had daggers. I don't think that was just part of the ceremony.
Sort of the ceremony, but the Lords of the Alliance the symbol. If you look online, it's like a crown. They would have given you like a.
Oh yeah, isn't it like a ring?
Right
It's
there,
like,
yeah.
it's like a ring.
That ring.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yes.
So we can just
So
always.
I like that. So you all have a ring like that, and so as you hold those up, out walks this middle-aged man. He's got a bit of a. You can tell his hair is slowly receding. His hair tonight is still long, kind of like ringed around the sides, kind of brown hair, but it's just kind of stringy on his shoulders. He is wearing clothes of nobility, but you're still wearing like leather armor underneath it. You can tell by the ornamentation, and there is this kind of cloak. It's kind of royal blue cloak, and he steps forward with his kind of full beard that kind of comes to a point. I am Governor Tarlo Nighthill. You clearly are Lords of the Alliance. That is a positive for us. Let us put our weapons down. I saw from the keep that you all stood your ground when the dragon came overhead. It also looked like you had a conversation with those two figures who came to our town fighting. We get travelers, but we usually do not get a brawl from time to time, maybe a mugging, but this is unnatural for us. You say you have much to talk about. I hope you are willing to come to the keep and speak on it.
Lead the way.
And so they lead you to where you see on that keep, that multi-leveled keep, and they take you through a little sally port. Your portcullis goes up. There's like some horses inside, and most of the Tarlo, you can tell, and some of the men, he's kind of gives out, tell the people it's fine. They can go home for now. And then you can see that as you are walking in, some of the peasants or the commoners are kind of walking back out or being sent back out. It is not, listen, it is okay. It is going to be okay. We have nothing to worry about. And so they take you through like a little kind of courtyard area, and then inside, and then he takes you up a flight of stairs to a room that is more quaint. You notice everywhere in the keep is quite dark. It's not overly lavish, but it's comfortable. There's a fireplace going. And he goes, well, since you are all at the forefront of what happened out there, I'd be Lords of the Alliance, I'd be happy to hear what you saw. I need to be able to tell my people what is going on. Now, I did hear very, very well what the rider has offered the town. And we don't have
pass him the note and the 200 gold.
And he kind of puts it on his desk, and he tells you to make yourself comfortable. You seem to all have been on the road for a long time. If you are weary, I can make sure you have accommodations at the inn. Do you need water or drink? Anything food?
Really what we need right now were some answers. Approximately 14 days ago, did you or anyone that you know here of course, the fucking car shows up, been a long day. 2 weeks ago, around 2 weeks ago, have you or anyone reported seeing a falling star, a meteor, something around this area, falling out of the night sky? Because that is pretty key to, I think, why all this pressure is landing on your neck right now.
Yeah, we did. As a matter of fact, it was quite beautiful in nature. The star, many of us gathered to watch it. We thought it to just be a falling star because if it be a comet, there was no impact. There was no blast in the distance. I did even send out some of my guards in the next day to go out and to search to see if they found anything. Nothing.
Insight check.
Okay.
And also, if he's telling the truth, we need to interview those guards. Trust no one.
Malcolm, are there flame like torches inside
Oh
this
yeah,
keep?
they all go out. Stone.
Yeah, so as you're walking by them, like up the spiral stairs, like
Not ominous at all. Please excuse him. He has a condition. Please excuse him.
Sorry, my skin's very sensitive to light.
he has to like relight this.
Trust us. We were talking to that devil.
Does this fellow breathe hard, or what is happening?
You know, teenagers these days, there's always something. I got a 19, or I got an 18.
Okay. It seems what you're getting is he looks up to you and didn't find anything. There doesn't seem to be any like facial expressions or anything in his gestures or in his movements or what he says or maybe when he looks off to the left that says that he's lying. One thing I think maybe that you get is what you wonder, Dimitri, is did they check thoroughly enough? Is there where did they check? And maybe that warrants a group going out to search the surrounding area.
Okay.
But he seems to be telling the truth as in terms of what he did and what he got back from it.
Okay. How far of a ride out was it, would you say?
We searched. I will say we did not go far. A mile and a half. The surrounding, we just were more concerned with making sure the surrounding Greenest is a farming town. We'll make sure our crops are well, are good. That was what was most important. It wasn't until now that you're bringing this to me that I would even start to think of connecting this dragon to this sighting of us. What I just thought was a falling star or a shooting star.
It's kind of a long story, and we are very short on time because you have until dusk tomorrow. I'm not going to ask whether you're thinking of actually giving this guy the thing that he wants, because I hope that as a leader of a town, that capitulating is a big word for Demetria. Giving the bullies what they want is never going to go well for the people paying the money, right? They're not going to let you guys off free and easy just because you give them what they want. I hope you understand that.
Listen, I respect what you're saying, and I respect the word of anyone who has any hero who has provided the service to be honored enough to be a part of the Lords of the Alliance. But we are Greenest. We are a small town. As you clearly see, we are not a well-fortified, and we do not have the backing of great nations, great states like great cities like Waterdeep or Neverwinter. We have no armies. Who is going to help us? The closest location is El Terrell or Baldur's Gate. The scoundrels and ruffians there are not going to protect us. And maybe if we call out to El Terrell, we have but a day. Even if I didn't believe it in my heart to save my people, I feel right now, if I had to make the choice now, I would have to bend a knee to this request. They have I don't even know who they are, but they have a dragon.
They have a
We
dragon.
have never had a dragon sighting in these parts. People are terrified. They're scared shitless.
They're scared shitless. They have a dragon. They're making demands. You have a day. But you also have us. What I'm thinking right now is we need to focus your efforts on trying to get as many people safely out of here as possible that might get stuck in the crossfire. They gave us a day to shore up defenses. They gave us a day to evacuate anyone who's in danger, anyone not willing to stand and fight. Because if you give them what they want, if you bend the knee, I used to be one of those people that would make demands and threats to get what they wanted. And I always got what I wanted and I never stopped. You say you're Greenest, you can be Greenest without the city, if you need to be. I'm going to turn on my channel divinity, the thing that gives me that bonus to charisma.
1 second, guys. Keep 1 second.
This town's gonna get fucking destroyed.
Shut
I'm
up.
like, there's no way this is going to work out well for you guys. You need to, this is like,
I've been to Greenest in 2 other campaigns, having nothing even remotely to do with this, and both times that place, I think Greenest just gets fucked up every time.
in the legends, we know now that the Greenest effect is that this place gets like destroyed. So it's make peace. Home is where your heart is, not where your house.
I thought you were gonna be like, Greenest is a people, not a place.
This is an idea. They can't kill an idea.
Listen, I try not to rule or govern my town with a iron fist. I try to take into account the people. Seeing what I heard before going out to meet you all, I was planning to call a town meeting to discuss this night and to hear what the people think we should do.
The people want to bend the knee, dude. They're gonna end up dead.
Well, let's talk to the
Is
town.
there not a chance that if we just give them what they want, they go away peaceful, at least for now?
At least for now, eventually becomes later. And so far as we understand how this situation is going, later is going to be 10 times worse for everyone on the continent.
So you would rather put our people in harm's way by tomorrow, by tomorrow's end?
I would rather we evacuate as many people as we can.
We should start getting.
Where will we go?
Let's see. Where can we? Can they go back to another town? And then
What's the closest other settlement? They can't go northeast.
Is there anyone that oversees Greenest? Is Greenest is it like a fucking, what do you call it? When there's like a king and there's like little fucking.
Yeah.
Is it like that?
Actually a good question.
Let me see. On the map, where are they?
Overseen by other things. Maybe they can go to where the main, thing
The
is.
closest location.
Not Lord of the Rings, and fucking Game of Thrones when the dragons come and all little townspeople run into the fucking castle and shit, like that.
That's what you're in it. That's their little keep.
I mean,
so
they
so-
hide out in here? They
right?
could hide out in here, but maybe also, right? Like, look,
Otherwise, they
You're
would try
right,
to maybe
maybe-
head to El Terrell, which
Maybe
is
that-
probably at this point is about a week's travel. El Terrell's a week away. Baldur's Gate is almost a week away.
Mitria is gonna look at this guy and she's gonna kind of evaluate him and say, like, "Are you a good liar?"
Any good politician should be able to be. I will say that in all my years, one thing about my leadership is I am not the best liar.
So you gotta get good, because if we want a fighting chance against this dragon and whoever else they have with them, maybe playing along at first and then springing a trap on them might be a good idea. They need to come to us, and we have time. So
maybe I can help him persuade everybody else.
Tell me what you are proposing here. Because just to be clear, it seems like he's proposing that he was going to call this meeting. He was going to talk to the people, kind of get a vote from the town, almost like a town hall to see where.
I mean, he can do that, but I think Demetrius' stance is still, even if the people vote to bend the knee, it's not going to go well for them. And so that shouldn't be on the table as an option.
I want you to understand that from what I've heard tonight, also, people are just as scared from this dragon sighting as they are of this. That I know these things are real. I know, but to see was that an angel and a demon fighting tonight? These people are taking this as a bad omen for Greenest itself, and I have to somehow put these people and reassure them that things are going to be all right. I can tell them it's great that the Lords of the Alliance are here, but there's only 5 of them.
You can tell them that the Lords Alliance are telling them to get the hell out of here.
In our professional opinion. Also, Demetrius is going to look at this guy, be like, you live here. Heard of the Greenest effect. We've been following this situation with dragons and dragon sightings and these fallen stars for so long now. And I know you just met us. I know you have no reason to believe us, but things are in motion to make the Greenest effect, to have that reality become our reality. This is a very real threat to you and your people. I need you to understand that.
The best thing we can do right now is we will stay and guard the town while everybody evacuates to guard them. But you guys have to leave now when you can.
I would be sending my people just into the wilderness.
No, send them off to a town.
The closest.
Or if you want to hide them, or if you want to hide them here in the keep, if you think this keep can stand.
You guys, it's not that easy.
You're talking about having people prepare tonight to travel a week's time, with but a few. I would need guards to stay here. I would need to send guards with them. We are not a military force at all. There are, as I'm sure you know, there are monsters. There are bandits, goblins, orcs, all kind of evils that they could meet on the road. Not to mention that if this figure comes back, would they not be able to spot a large caravan of people traveling if they really wanted to destroy them?
Yeah, but it's going to be even easier to see all in this town too.
Well, sir, there is the wood of sharp teeth in between here and Baldur's Gate. That would be a great place to provide cover for them. And I guess I could lead them there.
That is a possibility. Though I worry about the wood of sharp teeth has its name for reasons.
I've heard the stories.
If it is numbers you require, I can raise the dead.
I will not desecrate we will not. Necromancy is forbidden in Greenest. He just kind of sits like he has no good answer here.
I mean, above board, guys, because I'm also thinking I don't think it'll go well for them. Actually, I don't think it'll go well for them. A. B, though, because if they're just gonna, we can't abandon them, because I'm thinking also it might be useful for us. Like, we don't necessarily need the town itself. If we can get everyone to safety somehow, we can go after where we think that star landed.
That's the problem is we're essentially in the middle of the field.
Yeah.
So that's why their best bet is likely either to head into the mountain ridge that's down by the Snakewood or head up towards the Wood of Sharp Teeth.
Yeah, or just try and get as many people in the keep as possible. Try and keep the fighting to the town itself.
I can
does it-
get
that's
most of the
just
people
pack
in
everyone.
the keep. Okay, I am just going to be honest. I don't even know your names, but you clearly seem to be the paladin that appears to be Bahamut. You have been speaking to me about being able to be a good liar. Could I not lie and make these offerings until we can gather forces that are strong enough?
I totally wasn't telling you to lie to your people, man. I was telling you, do you think you can help us set a trap for the dragon and his rider when they come back? Because I think that'll be when their guard is most lowered, is when they think they've won. When they think that you guys are agreeing to their offer, that's when it would be the time for us to try and get the jump on them. Because one thing to lie to people who trust you, and it's another to lie to people who think they're stronger and smarter than you.
Your rings show that you have great status. But can you look me in my eye and tell me that you, the 5 of you, can best that dragon rider? If you can tell me that, I believe I can side with you.
Demetria looks to Tempe.
And for here is a moment where the party has to consider the flashbacks and the moments of what they went through with the golden dragon when their friend flew away, Eldricon flew away on that dragon. Do they have a heart for that? Is that what they can they prepare for that in a day's time? Can they be ready to fight something like that? If it comes to that. Tempe what?
After seeing Eldricon and losing Eldricon, Tempe absolutely would be more concerned with losing another party member to a dragon, I think. But
so how does he express that? How does he share that in his most quiet of ways to his party? Or does he not?
I think he would respond to Demetria and he would just say, he would say Eldricon. And he would look to her and Tempe. I mean, to her and Ravi. I'm talking to myself now, and the rest of the party, and as if to be like, he doesn't want to lose anyone else, but he's willing to do whatever that we think is best. But he is really aware of that somebody else can be lost if we do this.
If I can move my people into the night tonight, all of them, I guess the closest place of cover would be the woods. I just worry. I think we could survive a night in the woods.
I'll go with them.
And then he looks at he to you, because he doesn't know you. To him he sees a young boy, and he goes, "You will be with us, but what will you alone be able to do?"
Can I walk through wherever a light is coming in through the window and shift as I go through the window, or go through the light pouring in?
My God, he kind of collapses over his desk.
A werewolf, a necromancing lizard. What the fuck?
I'm gonna kneel, and I'd be like, I am a follower of Selune, and as she guides those through their darkest hour, let me guide your people to safety.
Advantage persuasion check. Right.
Right now, though, Demetria is feeling hard the fact 17. That we don't have Burfoot.
Wait, I'm gonna use my bless.
Yeah,
my bless die on.
She really would.
Not just for this, but I'm thinking, what if we try and meet them? What if we try and chase after where they went? But we probably need Burfoot for that to work.
Follow the dragon. Well, tonight, that's a possibility.
An idea.
The thing is, there were no other foot soldiers. There were just the dragon.
Yeah.
So you know the direction it went. I will say this: a dragon can fly. You probably imagine a dragon can probably fly really far before it lands, but it probably does. It probably does if they. I'll give you this, Demetria. If they have foot soldiers, and if they do, and they plan to return, then they probably have a camp.
Could we go north? Could we go north and travel as? That wouldn't be good too. If we travel as far as.
I think we need to stay, but that's just an idea.
Yeah. But I'll give you that. I'll give you that. It's not a bad. There's a possibility that you could, just because that dragon flew away doesn't mean it's not maybe camping out somewhere nearby.
But it's a dragon, right? And so that means that it has to camp out somewhere high. Like it's not sitting on the ground somewhere. So
doesn't necessarily mean that. Because here's the thing that here's the thing I would have to ask you to consider. What does Tempe really know about dragons?
Oh no, Tempe don't know shit about dragons.
Which means everything that we're discussing is mute point. This dragon could be just sleeping in a field surrounded by warriors, or it could be in a mountain. There's no mountain ranges really close around here. So even if Tempe was to believe that dragons sleep high in mountains, that's not close unless they're flying way out. I mean, a dragon could make it to a mountain tonight and come back the next day. Very true. So
Demetria wouldn't feel like this is a good idea. Let's go with Ravi's plan.
Rackflesh has good
You can't
survival.
let Ravi go alone to escort these people, though. I'm not letting Ravi go alone to escort these people.
I don't want you guys to be any lower in numbers, though. I'm not looking to lose any of you.
If I do,
safe. We know that. So
if I send my people with you, I think it only right that I stay here to stand. Tell me this. If I send the people tonight, if they're willing to even listen to me in such a brazen and crazy thing to have them go into the forest of sharpened teeth, what is your plan for tomorrow when they come back? What is this trap? Do you plan to face them and talk to them? Do you plan to deceive them? I need to know, because you could save every soul in my town, but if by sunset tomorrow my town is just a husk of a shell, then you might as well have doomed us all. We might as well have died here if this dragon has burned everything to the ground.
There's what's that saying where it's hope for sun but prepare for rain? We lay some of your guardsmen in the houses surrounding where they're likely to land. We make as if you are going to welcome them into your town, offer them this dirt and this water and whatever the hell they want. I can try, myself and I know Doc here, we can be pretty persuasive when the mood hits us. We can try and persuade them not to engage further with this town. And if that fails, if we can't persuade them to leave you and your people in peace, then it comes to blows. And hopefully the end result of that is everyone safe and accounted for at the end of the fight. I can't promise you that it'll work, but I can promise you that on my life, I'm going to try and make it work.
And I double that. Yeah.
I will call for the people to come tonight. We will evacuate our town.
Let's get started.
And so, kind of hard smash cut to an hour later, and down in the Sally Port, in that little courtyard, there are a ton of people like crying out and like, what is going on, and they're all reacting to just having heard Tarlo Nighthill just give this He tried to give it as the most inspirational speech he possibly could, but his voice cracked several times during it. His fear came through multiple times, but he tried his best.
Give him advantage on some of those checks. I can see hype manning him from behind the podium.
Giving him like a massage. You okay?
Yeah, man. Give him a massage, his shoulders.
What do you think that would? What would that be? What would that be? You try. What kind of role would that be, Demetria?
I think for Demetria, actually, in the way she's trying to behave now, it would be that whenever he would start to falter, she might step up and try and give her perspective and speak to the people.
Yeah.
The way that she was speaking to him, and, show the Lords of Alliance ring and have the shield out and
can have a persuasion check. This is against the entire crowd.
Against the entire crowd.
So they have advantage. You have a straight roll, and they have advantage.
You also have a blessed dice, so everyone has blessed dice.
Can I do that too?
That blessed dice is a D6?
D6.
Yeah. And that's plus a 21.
So when he does falter and he kind of finishes, you can tell that people they came prepared because he told them to bring their things. So they knew things were at their height. Everyone's just been on really high alert. And they're not quite all in, but they're like, this is what we're doing. And as he kind of falters there, what does Demetria step in, and what does she share in that moment there in that courtyard? If there is that inspirational speech, if she wants to add your dice roll, this doesn't change your dice roll because you got a pretty high dice roll. But if you want to role playing wise, is there anything she shares or says?
She makes a loud car exhaust noise. She steps up in the armor, and the shining armor with the shield, the tall horns kind of towering above this poor dude, and she's going to address them with way more surety than she probably feels inside. But she's going to kind of raise one hand for them to calm down after they're freaking out. She's going to say, look, none of you know me. I know I'm a stranger to you. I know that a lot to ask. Give up everything. But there's power in choosing to give up what would otherwise be taken from you. This is the time for you to take the power away from these people who are trying to take your homes from you. Now, I know that there is a chance, always a chance, that the odds aren't going to be in our favor. But you have my word as a paladin that I will stand and defend your homes for you while you keep your loved ones safe. And then she goes down, take a step back.
And while she's saying that, I'm going to use prestidigitation to like boom her voice a little bit, make her armor a little more sparkly, kind of make her like, make her bigger than she is, just like the guy on the dragon did.
Like the shadow on the walls look like she has wings.
Nice.
I just make it like as epic as possible. Wind,
Like her hair is epically flowing in the wind.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Anna.
And so, as he does that there's that majestic kind of stance, and Amnon aids her. The people are kind of awestruck for a moment and quiet. And they do understand that their best chance is probably served with you all. And slowly, quiet, it's dead quiet. And finally one says, they will save us. And they're like, this will be okay. We will be fine. And then there's some others chatter, and then it slowly starts to grow to a grumble, and that crumble to a roar. And you start to realize, as this kind of energy moves to the crowd, that you have the crowd on your side. Now, Ravi has offered himself to travel with them. Most people know where the forest is; they can get there on their own. But here's the thing about realistically, the forest itself is probably just hindering on about 100 miles away. If they even push, even if they push themselves, some of the people exhaust themselves. These are some of the things that the people start to call out to you and share with you that they'll probably make it in by the second day. So that they have a night, they would literally have to camp. But the one good thing that the people in that Tarlo is that most of the pathway to the forest is high grass, tall grass. So there's a lot of scattered terrain, a lot of scattered rocks. There's a lot of places to hide. If you were to spot, a predator or something flying in overhead. I will say that it's obvious enough that there are chances with that many people to leave tracks. But then again, you have to hope that those who are coming back the next day are not worried about that and that are coming to the town to meet with you all. So just to share that, I don't know what that means, but the people are with you right now.
That's good. Can we commit a war crime by flying a white flag or something so that they don't pay attention to the fleeing people and they think that we're
Buys time.
Well, the assumption is that Ravi and them are going to leave tonight, right?
Yeah,
they're leaving now, right?
Yeah.
So Ravi, you'd be leaving with Ravi would be leaving tonight, and then Ravi, for the sake of, I guess, to metagame here, since you would be splitting the party, would you really be willing to commit your character to traveling with the people alone, and staying with the people, because that could put you out of commission for a minute.
I've thought about it. Yeah.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Tarlo, you've convinced the crowd, you've swayed him, you've swayed Tarlo, Nighthill. Everyone seems to be on board with this plan of action.
Before we head out, can I just do a prayer to Selune, just to kind of ask her to use the stars to kind of guide us through the dangers that we might come across?
Yes. Can I have a wisdom-based religion check?
Nine.
Okay. And so, you say the prayer. Do you want to say? Is there something you have prepared for the prayer?
I do not.
Okay. So I don't want to put you on the spot, but the prayer in front of all the people. What you quickly learn is that the people of Greenest, they don't mind other goddesses and gods. But you've even seen some of the people in the town, they've gone off, if you're looking at the map, to earlier in the evening to pray to their goddess. They worship the goddess Shantia, the goddess of life. And so they don't, while with your role, you can tell that your prayer, they appreciate your prayer. It doesn't go over quite how you expected, with them being a town that really mostly respects Shantia most.
Shantia she's a friend, right?
She's a friend. So yeah, so they're like, yeah. No one is against you. They're like, yeah, thank you for the prayer. For you all to know, the town, as they start to slowly evacuate, Ravi prepares to leave. There are still services there, so you do learn from that the church has its own services, but the priests are going to be literally being asked to evacuate it. That's the ask, and then that means the owners of the Green Turtle Tavern would be asked to evacuate, as well as the Sleeping Turtle Inn, as well as the Gear Gorgon, which is the adventures, the gear shop. So everyone's you can kind of see from the town all these motion, the motion of this is all in play. As the people began to prepare to all leave in the night on their on the highlands. I'm assuming you tell me that you tell the people to not light torches, or are you?
They wouldn't work anyway.
Light him if you got him. It's not gonna matter.
Yes, that's true. So
Robbie,
they're all.
I can't even cast darkness to help, you know?
That's so funny. So that turns out to be a boon. But before Ravi leaves, Demetria definitely would want to say goodbye.
Oh, absolutely. He's gonna go up to Dimitri and
1000%.
Tempe, just kind of give you guys hugs and just be like, I love you guys. Just
Rakalesh will give you some deer jerky for the road.
thanks, Rocco.
Tempe's gonna.
Wait, is this
Tempe's
the one
gonna
that fell in the
hug Ravi.
well?
It got re-dried out.
Hey, jerky's good, dude. We're all with the jerky.
I take it, but I
Hug
don't
Ravi.
eat it.
And when he hugs Ravi, he puts his arm around his head and pulls your head to his, like a Maori goodbye and hello. So we're like forehead to forehead, and I whisper to you, and I go, "I'll see you tomorrow."
We'll see
And
tomorrow.
when I take my arms down, I take the red sash that's on my waist. It's held with a gold ring, and I wrap it around your waist, and I secure the gold sash to your waist with a ring.
Yeah, Demetria, after giving Ravi a really long, tight hug, is gonna kind of half let him go for a second, and she's gonna kind of look down into his face, kind of like little schmutz on his cheek, maybe with her thumb. And it's pretty clear, much like when she was looking back at the House of Spirits, she's trying to memorize Ravi's face and what he looks like, and she's gonna give him a really serious nod and probably a really bad attempt at a smile. And she's gonna tell him, take care of yourself, yeah?
You too.
Love you, kid.
Love you.
Give a very wonderful kiss on his forehead.
Amnon will walk up. He'll just put his hands on both your shoulders and just be like, watch your back, young man, please. I want to see you again.
I will.
And then Axel's is going to come out as a snake, and then he's going to kind of slide towards you, and then he's going to just like, arms will just come out as he like half morphs and gives you a hug.
Oh, it's kind of weird, but okay.
And a little tear comes up, and then he turns back into the snake and goes back into the cloak.
Speaking of, do you think it's up to you, but do you think you could send Axel as a message to let us know if we should come back tomorrow?
That is a wonderful idea, for sure. Yes.
Oh God.
What is the idea? Make sure I'm missing.
Oh, so that we use Axel as a messenger.
Using Axel as the messenger. Got it.
Yeah. You know, honestly, I would say maybe Axel should just go with you, because I can communicate with Axel in real time.
Oh, that's right. And you're not limited anymore, right? Because of the.
No, I'm not limited at all. So you know what?
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna have Axel morph into a dog, a large dog, to not as big as Ravi as a dog, but as much of a dog as he can be, and as cute as an imp can be. But
a little Shiba, he's like a little like dark Shiba.
Yeah.
Nice. So he turns to a little dog. Okay.
Yeah.
And he's going with Ravi, or is he staying?
Yeah. So as he turns into a dog, and then as he's a dog, he like runs over to Ravi, runs around him a little bit, and then just sits. So we'll have open communication the whole time.
Nice. And so Ravi can hear some of the people grumbling, like, it's just a kid, it's just a boy. Why are they having this guy? Why is this the one to lead us? It's the Lord of the Lions. Kind of like, but at the same time, he knows what he's capable of, he knows what he's done. And at the same time, no one, outwardly, I think not either they're too fearful or it's respect, but no one steps out of line. People are listening to you all for the most part, but you can still just hear, because they are fearful. Their concerns are just coming out in different ways as they, you hear their conversations. Ravi begins to take this large group of, probably this town is several hundred folks, leading them like, into the wilderness, Ravi Moses style.
I think when he leads off, like he probably kind of hears them all questioning a little bit, but he's confident in his abilities. So with like a very loud, kind of confident voice, he just calls out to everyone. All right, group, it's time to head out. And he pulls out his rapier and just kind of points it forward and heads off.
Nice. As they leave, if we had to fast forward to tomorrow, the breaking of dawn, what would the rest of you spend the rest of your night doing? What is the preparation for when they roll back into town tomorrow at dusk?
One, this music is fantastic. Two,
Yeah.
because where is it likely for them? Where did they stick that spear? Where is it likely for their landings under?
If you look at the map where that spear dropped, if you're asking directly that, if you look, there is that. So if I was sharing Greenest, see that main road that goes through? That's the large road.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's the stream, not too far away. But they actually, if they're coming, they flew away to the north. If they're coming in on the dragon, they're probably just going to come south. But if they have any troops or soldiers, they could march in from the road to the west or to the east on that main large road. You would imagine that's probably where they're gonna come from.
How many men are in the garrison? How many soldiers are we working with?
That's good. You would have.
Yeah, can we post those fuckers up like one on one side?
That's what I'm thinking. Is set up at least two on either side of the road.
Split them up in a group.
With some of the like the emergency men, or those men, women, whoever's willing to fight, staying behind, you end up having about 100 men.
Oh, that's way more than I expected. Good. Yeah. I'm way more confident now. I was that we were.
That drops the group way down. That Ravi's. So I said Ravi should need about 200 people. Actually, so that brings it. Yeah, so about 50 people from that group. So Ravi now has like 150 people with him, and there's 100 men, 100 able-bodied folks to make 100 that you have staying back.
Are they fighters though, or are they like farmers and shit?
Nah, they're like farmers and shit who are willing to like fight. So they are. So here's the thing. I think you've got 50 guards who are well-trained guards, and they're like a step above farmers at this point. These guards. And then you've got commoners who are kind of like called to, like they've like almost like they signed a letter, like if they had to go to war, they would be able-bodied, they'd be willing to fight for the town in a crucial situation. Drafted kind of situation.
Having Ravi be gone is
young males, young boys, young, those few women who accepted the call as well. Yeah.
I'm thinking,
okay, so
I'm thinking at the very least our friend Lord, what's his face? Tarlo. I'm thinking that if we can, I'm so sorry to Tarlo, he's gonna get eaten.
And he's staying back. He's staying with you all.
If we can post Tarlo up just north of the keep, kind of like in that field area that's behind the Sleeping Turtle Inn, if we can post him up there when that dragon is coming and make it clear that he's there to like parlay, we can try and get the dragon to land in that field, put some soldiers in the inn, put some soldiers in Night Hill Manor, probably use the villagers to try and block off the roadways just in case there are foot soldiers.
Do you want him there because you saw that like icon? Because that's where the dragon was flying initially. That's what it did, fly up north that way. So you mean like to intercept if the dragon was coming down that way?
Yeah, so I'm imagining if the dragon is coming south, that we want the dragon and the rider to see Tarlo and be like, oh, there's my dude. Let me land here and accept the obsequience. Trying to play with some of that dragon pride, maybe have him like waiting on his knees or something stupid to tempt.
Sure.
Is there a high vantage point that maybe we could post?
Probably the keep.
The keep is the highest vantage point in all of the.
Could shoot shit off the top of that.
Yeah.
Keep, right.
Are there any armaments on the keep? Do we have like any ballists? Please let me. Please let
you got any cannons up there?
No,
Well,
can't. They have. I'm not sure. I can't. Greenest is probably not prepared for dragon attacks.
Yeah.
And so they have archers. They don't have any major.
Probably keep the archers with Amnon. Amnon can have his bank of archer dudes, his team. They can all be up on.
I mean,
top
does that work, Amnon? Like, I think that because you got a lot of range stuff going on, so I think that you could.
Oh yeah, no, it's perfect because my Eldritch Blast goes really far.
Yeah.
No, that's perfect. I figured that that keeps up high. So,
But what I also don't want to happen is I don't want Amnon to be on top of that keep and that dragon fucks that keep and then you know what I mean. So that's the thing that I'm kind of concerned about too.
Yeah, but dude, that dragon just fuck up any part of this town whenever it wants. That's the thing. Yeah. We have to, once that dragon lands, we have to start hitting it. That's it. Yeah. And don't get close to the tail. Trust me.
That was a very Amnon thing. I'm imagining Amnon giving this little speech to everyone. Don't get close to the tail.
If you're that concerned,
because it kept knocking you down when we were fighting the gold one.
If you're that concerned for Amnon's life, I can cast Death Ward on him. That way, he just doesn't die once.
All right.
You get one freebie. But those are just my ideas. That we want to try and lure the dragon in. Maybe if we see it approaching, I can thaumaturgy, a booming voice saying like, "Oh Lord Dragon, we kneel before thee," or something to get him grounded and talkable to. And then we'll try and do the talkie-talkie. If the talkie-talkie doesn't work, we have our guys hiding in wait. We have Amnon and his team of snipers, and then we unload. As soon as things start to go south, we have like a code word or something. Mad Max style, I shout "cool," and you guys start wailing on it. But that's what I'm thinking is we want to lure it in first, have guys already waiting. And then
that's why I want some skeleton soldiers. But all these pompous people don't want to give up their ancestors.
Here's the thing though too, like
I will say I don't recommend it just from I feel bad for the people, but Reckless could go to their cemetery and just start raising
That's
their
what I'm
dead.
saying. Like Reckless can do whatever he wants.
It would be an awful thing to do to these people's ancestors.
They're like, your grandmother's gonna be useful to the war effort. Granny's gonna help.
The other side is they can get fucking killed. So I mean, like, I don't know.
Here's the thing about Rakulesh. He asked for permission.
He did.
Yeah, and he does control his thoughts too.
Yeah.
He hasn't done really much of any of the awful things he's recommended.
Maybe Rakulesh.
He'll go back and get that knight.
Maybe Rakulesh, you talk to some of the soldiers when we're getting everything ready, when we're having our little montage. Some of them make deals with you. You get to use their bodies to make soldiers if they die in the battle.
How many can you raise at a time, Rakulesh? How many bodies? How long would that take for you to raise multiple?
I mean, it's only 1 minute per body.
And in combat, like 10
per body. In combat, though, that'd be...
Yeah, that's 10 turns.
Yeah, that's not gonna work.
No, well, if he's doing it before... If he's doing it before they arrive he's got a whole day.
Maybe someone offers up.
So if it's a whole day,
it's a whole day.
if I spend all my 3rd and 4th level slots, I could get 9 skeletons.
It's true.
That's a
I'm not saying no. I'm asking you guys what you guys are in control of this night. This preparation
is busy getting her dragon speech notes together. Rakulesh can do what he will.
I mean, he probably would go to
and where will you all plan to have this conversation? Are you going to have it on the field where you're sending Devertarlo? Are you having it at the? Do you expect them to come to the keep? Do you expect them to come to that place where they all flew over where he threw the spear down? No, where are you all going to be camped?
I'm trying to set a stage. I'm trying to deliberately position probably Demetria in the open with Tarlo, maybe like some kneeling guards to make it look good. It's going to be like here's where we're going to parlay.
Would not maybe the keep be the place to do that? Like the front of the keep?
That's the front of the keep. I want it to be, because the front of the keep is, I assume, where that path leads to. So maybe on that path leading up to the keep, we can meet there. But mainly it's that I want these houses here.
So if I move you, like watch me, I'm moving you guys party. I'm thinking like, here's where you plan this to.
I want it to be out in the open so that we can hide some soldiers in those nearby houses.
Okay.
Order that field so that we can
have. So if I was to no longer hide, I'm using just like using the flame markers, if you see them, where is this like if you had soldiers, where would they be? If I was using the flame markers now as soldiers, let's say there's 25 soldiers in each one of these groups.
Can they go into 3 houses on the left?
Yeah, those immediate 3 houses that immediately border the field.
And maybe those 3 buildings up top. So the
Yeah,
left
around the sleeping turtle. Yeah, like
Around the sleeping turtle.
next to it. Yeah. But do we want?
I mean, honestly, so the keep is a good vantage point, and it itself is a defensible position. However, a better meeting point would be that clearing in the center, just off to the north of it, where there's a whole lot of buildings. So then you could hide even more people in all those buildings.
That's actually a good point. I thought that's where we were going to meet to begin with.
Yeah, but doesn't that like would they buy that? Would that be like, oh, they want to meet us in the courtyard, or oh, they're going to meet us at the door of the keep that we're about to claim?
Yeah,
I would say we can lean on the guy on them thinking they're invincible, and they'll just be ignorant and land wherever we ask them to.
I mean, if I had a fucking dragon, I'd land that shit on the roof of any place I wanted to. You know what I mean?
I mean, yeah, that's exactly what I mean too.
Maybe that's a good idea. Maybe that's a good idea. We don't want them to land on the keep. We want them to be on ground level, at least to start. But does that mean we want to put Amnon in his sniper corps? Do we want to leave the sniper corps at the keep in case we have to retreat, or do we want Amnon and the sniper corps to also post up in like the second stories of those buildings around the courtyard?
No, I think they should stay at the keep because Amnon's got the range for it. You know what I mean? And the archers would be up there anyway, right? Because they would have the range.
That's true.
Yeah, but if we're gonna be meeting in a busy part of town, it'd be better for some of the snipers to be on the ground, wouldn't it, Jameson? So that way they can change positions and move and retreat quickly over being in like a stationary position.
So when it comes to combat and maneuvering, a bow is quite different from a rifle, so you would want a bow position in a more fixed location because they can only get advantageous positioning from like where they are used to shooting from. So the keep would probably be the best for that. Plus, if it's a standard keep, I'm sure it has regular parapets to where they can duck behind there, which wouldn't really help if it's above them, but anything below them, they'd be safe.
My thing is mainly the fear that once combat hits the fan, it's not going to be in our best interest to retreat to the keep because that's just opportunity attacks. That's a good point too. Yeah. So I'm thinking that rather than imagining a possible like 2-position fight here, we should try and land them by the keep so that escaping to the keep if we need to is easier.
Yeah,
at least use recover against the breath weapon.
I mean, that's assuming that they actually land where the fuck people expect them to, too. You know what I mean? Like, you guys can be posted up anywhere you want, and that dude could he could hop off the dragon. And, you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of what ifs in this.
If you're trying to,
there's always a lot of what ifs. Yeah, so it's really like, what do you commit to?
Yeah, I mean, if anything, the sniper crew has to. We all just hide, and we make it look like we're doing what they want. And then we put like the offering where we want them to land.
Logically
it sounds
speaking,
like we're not.
If we're at the keep, that shows that we are ready to defend ourselves from a siege. So if we're not at the keep, it shows like, hey, we're like surrendering.
Oh, that's a really good point.
I like that a lot.
Okay, so,
I think it's a really good. And you know what? So Malcolm, is there a way that we can prepare the keep for us to bug out if we need to?
Yeah, have the sniper crew there.
What do you mean by prepare it to like to leave it to
yeah. So not depend on like the front door, but maybe have some kind of secret door that we can all just bug out from if we need to. Is there a way we can prepare that?
So as you asked Tarlo, what he does share with you, since Amnon brought that up, is that there's an old tunnel underneath the keep. It's a narrow tunnel that runs from the cellar to the bank of the stream. The bank of the stream would bring them up near the church of Shantia, near the sanctuary.
Oh, okay.
So that is other than leaving through the sally port, the front gates, If you look at the way it's structured, right? Like, even if I like shared my, here. I'm gonna share my
Wait,
screen.
you're saying this thing has a whole ass giant tunnel where people could have just been hunkered down this entire time instead of.
I was kind of thinking that too. I was like, shit.
It's just a tunnel. So, well, here's the thing. That tunnel leads out to like by the river. So all the people could do, the people, he shared that with you. He said we could hunker down here inside of the place, but it's a very small tunnel. It's a single file, like you see here.
Oh, single file. Never mind.
It's maybe a little bit wider than this. Maybe like I'd say maybe it's 10 feet at the most through this tunnel, but it leads down from the crypt. Do you guys see my screen or no? Did I share?
Oh, there it is.
Oh, now I do.
Okay. So imagine like this is the wall around. This is the keep itself. This is the Sally Port, right, with the portcullis here, horse stables, stuff like that, right? But in here in the basement is probably doesn't share enough. That goes. Let's see. If sharing if you're looking at Legend Keeper, it would just let you off. I'll tell you actually where the church is. Actually, you see the church. So where you see the church, that is where the tunnel leads underneath. But like, maybe I don't think you can necessarily fit 200 people lining themselves all the way down there comfortably. They could hide there. Now, if we want to, it's not because you guys are planning. It's easy for me to say we can recon or have Ravi take the people down there if that's really where you think they should be instead of in the fields. They could hide in that tunnel as well, or as many of them. There'll probably be some in the keep, some in the tunnel, but it doesn't necessarily go anywhere safe. It just goes out to where the river is, where the riverbanks are.
I think them being further away is safer.
Yeah, and my thought was, what if the dragon collapses the tunnel?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So I think that we should just keep that tunnel as a bug out for the people in the keep.
So I actually added a new pin. You see that new pin that just popped up near the church? It's like a little red. That's the tunnel. That's like where the tunnel would let them out.
Okay.
Yep.
I mean, I think that's perfect for like a way to try and escape, or at least get another position. So that if the keep, anything happens to the keep, we can bug out to the church and then try to reposition in the town to keep firing on the dragon.
Where are we having the dragon land? Because it doesn't sound like we're very married to one idea or the other.
I think that courtyard, the opening courtyard, is the best place. It's the most alluring place. It's right in the open, good zone from the keep, away from the bug out area.
Yeah, I agree. All in favor.
And I mean, isn't that where the spear is?
No, the spear was over in the courtyard. It was
over in the courtyard. It was over in that area that Jameson. That's where he threw the spear down there.
In center of town, yeah.
That's what took so long, because the guards kind of came over to you all, because you guys were in that. You were in that little. We were in the town square while everyone was running away from that. Everyone else was probably fleeing towards the keep, which gave you enough time to talk to Araka and them, And from that fourth story, that's why Tarla was like, "I saw you down there, right? Like I saw you clearly, kind of." You couldn't tell if you were having a conversation, but you clearly talked these creatures down and they left. But you kind of saw glimpses of that.
Hey, why don't we call them up real quick? We said we would talk to them later.
Yeah.
Call who? Oh, the guards that went to go find the shard. Yeah, we can.
No, he's talking about Araka and Kildren.
Yeah, can we get their help, please?
Let's call in the big guns.
We pray to Kildren. Oh, parole officer, I'm thinking of doing dope. Please come stop me.
And I should like meditate for Araka and be like, Araka, I'm sorry. Can you please come and save us?
Bahamut, what he said, or
compromise. Have Kildren watch over the people that are traveling, just in case.
That also was an idea I had, was to make him watch over Ravi. Now that's what Demetria would say. Demetria would say Kildren watch over Ravi in the caravan.
That's a good move.
What do those flaming structures signify?
About that.
That's where we're
Those
putting
are the troops.
That's what now they've now turned into where you're putting the troops. If you're where are you putting the troops is I guess what I'm asking.
Yeah. And now
a big building definitely not the best idea for housing troops. Like, the only benefit to that is there's multiple exits. However, if you're facing a tank, you don't want to be in a big building, because if it brings down the whole building, that's stuff collapsing on you. So a smaller building would be better, to where you can at least dig yourself out of the rubble easier.
Yeah.
We got to make a decision. We got to keep moving. What are we
Yeah.
thinking?
You don't want anyone on those rooftops of those buildings for sure.
Not
'cause if the
rooftops.
dragon's
I want them
coming
in
from
them,
above.
like hidden.
I think hidden in is probably best.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about.
And also preferably someone's home and not a business.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think the people want them in their homes. It could be a business.
Well, they're not here, so.
Yeah, they're not here.
If
No,
their
we-
house gets destroyed, they can stay at the inn.
All right, so location picked in front of the keep.
Okay, well, the keep. That's where we're going to be. Hiding our troops in locations around there. And I know we're not playing kind of like, I know Roll20 we can get, you guys can't move, but I mean, you got to just trust that, like, it's not exact. Like, I'm not saying, it sounds like what you're doing is you're positioning them in the surrounding homes, the surrounding structures around the open area of the keep, right? Sounds like Amnon is in the highest tower or on the top of the actual keep with the archers. If Amnon is up there, where does that put? Is Demetria, who all is out front or behind the gate? Are you in the courtyard? Where do you plan to be when they arrive?
Demetria plans on being in the courtyard next to Tarlo with as much deference as possible, standing next to him with clear indication that they're about to surrender this town. We're gonna.
I want to be in the
Lure
same
them in.
place.
You want to be where, Timby?
I want to be in the same place behind them.
Can I make a persuasion check to see if I can get any skeletons to be hidden in the river?
I'm not even sure I need to make you make persuasion checks if you were going to raise the skeletons. And I think they would listen to you, right?
Oh yeah, the skeletons would listen to me. But like I said, Rakulish likes to ask people.
Oh, you're asking. So you ask him about skeletons.
No, I'd be asking like all the soldiers that are staying. Be like, hey, like any of your family members that were soldiers that would want to defend their town.
Give me a persuasion check.
That's a 13.
One of them goes like, he's like, I had a no good, despicable, low down brother who ain't did shit in his entire life other than drink his life away. It's about time he served some kind of purpose. Give something of himself to this town. I'll allow it. And he kind of, takes you out to the cemetery and points to like where he's at and allows Rakulish to bring back this corpse as it kind of crawls out of the soil and the soot.
The corpse flip off his brother.
Exactly.
As it staggers forth and hides, that one skeleton hiding down in the river.
I was
Near the
also gonna
church,
see if there was
or
time
near
to go grab
the
Beta.
tunnel,
No, in the river itself.
in the river
Because
itself.
skeletons don't need to breathe.
No, not worried about that.
And then
And you don't have to
also
hold any
try-
concentration on it or anything like that.
Nope.
Okay.
I have control over it for 24 hours.
Okay.
And then try get that Night of Lavender, which y'all didn't let me eat, but
I don't think we stopped you.
No, Demetria did stop me
Oh.
with those lobster jokes. And I was like, no time to deshell this lobster. We gotta go.
because if it was a whole day before that, how far away was that bridge?
Oh, not very far. You get over that bridge in a couple. It's like if you look at the bottom of the map, I think the average, all of it's if you look at the 300 feet, it's probably. It's only a mile across, the whole town, right? It's it's like 900 feet almost. So yeah, you could get there very, very quickly. You got plenty of time.
Yeah, Rakulish went and fetched that dude, raised him.
Okay. Raise them, has him in place. And then
those Lavender Knights returns are gonna be hella pissed now.
Oh, you raised the Lavender Knight too? Is that what you raised?
Yeah, because he was the one that got
So
killed.
you brought that body with you?
Yeah, I raised him. I'm not gonna carry that body. I just raised him over there and had him.
Oh, you're saying you raised, so you're retconning and saying you raised that body, and that body's been traveled with you the rest of the way into town?
No, I'm saying I went back for the body because
the course of the day.
horse,
Got it.
fled.
You went out. You wouldn't have made it back for the body because the body was the problem is the body is down. The bridge is really far away. You would not make it in a day.
See.
Yeah.
That's the bridge I was talking about.
So you got your one. Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about a bridge in the town. No. But yes, you got your one skeleton right now.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. And sounds like we're ready to go. We're all set. And Ravi's gonna sorry, I missed that. Siri.
Ravi, if you want to be the skeleton. Or Lex, if you want to be the skeleton, so you have something to do.
Okay, that sounds
If
good.
you wanna be a
Yeah, we'll try to figure out something if it comes to that. You guys are so with this, the sun rises on the day, and if anything comes, right? Say that again.
We rested, right?
You rested. You did rest. It probably was a long night, so you're probably spending most of the day resting. Ravi dealing with the people out in the fields, and so forth.
Can I just have a moment where it cuts to him and he like picks up like an old lady, like he's in his wolf form. He picks up an old lady and has her ride on his back. She's tired.
Yes, I like it. Love it. And so they're in the late hour around dusk, and anything that has happened over the day, you're also welcome to we can also play back in flashback. But
Demetria would go to Tempe at some point, maybe while they're resting, and she would. I still have in my pack, I still have Illyria's Morningstar, and I still have her armor, and I still have her shield. And Demetria is going to tell Tempe that if anything happens to her, there's a place, and she's going to like sketch out for him where she buried Illyria in the woods outside that prison. And she's going to tell Tempe that if she dies, she wants him to take this stuff back and give it back to their rightful owners, that paladin that she killed in the first place.
I am hurt. Rakalesh would have definitely done that for you.
Yeah, well, Tempe and Demetria have a thing. Rakalesh can help out if he wants to, but
Tempe will take it, but he will say that you're not dying. Not today.
and so
Rakalesh, she'll give him. There's a reliquary as well. I assume came from Illyria. Rakalesh, if he says I could have done that for you, Demetria will be like, "Yeah, you're right. Here's this. This is also part of Illyria's kit. You can go with him to return that to her kit, out of the goodness of your heart, and not because I'll let you eat me, because I don't want you to eat me."
Also, anyone want a death ward?
I mean, Doc, you're gonna be up there. I can fly.
All right, I'll take it.
If you insist. If you insist.
All right, I guess so.
Nope, that lasts 8 hours.
Yeah.
and so
I like
then
hearing Amnon like giving like all the snipers this really hyped up speech. Ready to kill a dragon?
Like, I'm fucking immortal. I don't know about y'all.
Gohan's
No, you're
like,
not immortal.
"Are
You
you
just won't die
mean?
once.
Are you mean?
Show me your mean face. Oh, hold on. Arr.
You gotta play a whole game just wearing the mask.
I should, I know. I mean, I can even talk with it.
That's amazing. I love it so much.
I still think
And-
Demetra or Tempe should challenge the Dragon Knight to a 1v1. That's probably just the LCDs.
That ends up being part of the conversation. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so there,
So,
on
before the fight, I will cast, or before the conversation, I will cast Warding Bond on Demetra then.
okay. And so there at dusk on this orange sky, you all start to see Ravi's out in the field as he gets all the people to duck low as he sees the shadow of the dragon fly over, but almost pay no attention to the groups as it's flying towards Greenest. And there, from the keep, Amnon down below, looking through the arrow slits in the walls, you can see a large force of cultists adorned in all like black and burgundy, different like coinage and different types of ornamentations on their garbs, but most of them faces heavily hooded, marching. And as they march, at least 40 or 50 of them, in front of them are at least 12 heavily armored knights, similar, like full armor. Alongside of them, two groups of dragon-like men. And Amnon can look at them and realize they have tails. They are not dragonborn. As they move down the main road, through the village, off and start to head towards the keep, there's a roar as the wind parts and the dragon kind of swoops down low like it's about to strafe. The archers are scared, like, should we fire, Amnon? And the figure on the dragon leaps off and like turns into black smoke and lands down on the ground in front of the keep and slowly stands with two blades and you can see by the frame by her side. We will crash to black, 5-minute break, and come back to this situation.
Okay, so now we can talk about all the home situations we set up in the town.
That was a badass entrance for sure.
That was a very badass entrance.
That's a badass entrance.
With the two swords.
So many of the knights kind of look like these folks, and I don't even have. And the figure standing before the keep looks like this lady.
Damn it. She looks great.
I thought it was gonna be Durga for a second.
It's a
He
cute
had
ass
dreams
though.
of conquest.
Yeah. So.
Bro, that was the first thing I thought of, the buckets of paint swinging down.
I was thinking of the flamethrower that doesn't hit you, but just the top of the head, you know?
I cast heat metal on all the doorknobs every time they go.
They can't get into it.
Like they walk into a house and just just like a smell bomb. They're all like,
Tiny
"Oh!"
little wooden cars, little carts, little toy carts, all scattered around the floor.
All I gotta say is if we can kill a bunch of these knights and I can get a whole bunch of armored skeletons.
If they don't kill us first.
Yeah, I mean, there's half dragons there too. So.
We have our soldier guys as well. So it's just that's a lot more people than I was expecting them to bring.
A half dragon skeleton is a lot.
Malcolm
exactly
was like
same as
going
a
down the
skeleton.
list of like shit they brought with them, and I'm like, bad.
Yeah.
That's
I
bad.
was like,
That's what I
wow,
mean.
a dragon and one sorcerer is enough.
I think that they're so OP though, that like, unless we are willing to just fight these fucking dudes and this chick, I think that there's probably a way we can diplomatically make something else happen.
I'm
The
thinking
1v1.
You know what I
I'm
mean?
thinking that maybe if it goes that way, I'm thinking right? Because if they're here for Tiamat, they're the cultists. We know the dragon cultists worship Tiamat. They're trying to bring her back. We know of Severin, right?
Yeah.
We know of Severin. We know of Eldricon. We know of the mountain situation where they're trying to raise her.
Yeah.
Because I'm thinking, right, if these are lawful evil people, we need to be able to offer them something else that they want, something that they would want more than this town. But what can we bargain with that we're willing to give up? Whether that's information, like is it bargain worthy information to tell them that we don't have any of the fallen star shards? Is it worthy enough information to tell them about the mind flayer situation, maybe, because we don't know whose side the mind flayer is on, try and set them against each other.
You know what we should have talked to Killjourn when he was here, and we should have used his ass for bait. if there's one thing that Tiamat's people,
he will give you this dude, but then I'd have to go back to my old probation officer. I don't want to go back.
No, but what I'm saying though is I think we could have set a trap using him. You know what I mean?
I think the trap, well, yeah, because we already have the trap of pretending to agree to capitulate. So it depends on how.
I
just need to get her talking. We need to get her.
If you want to be shitty,
that's what I was gonna say. Is that I think that this is a great intelligence opportunity because they're looking for the same thing we're looking for, aren't they?
Presumably.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, if you want to be shitty, Amnon is up at the keep, and the rest of us are down here. We could sell out Araka.
No, Demetria wouldn't. Demetria wouldn't. She has her oath. Her and Amnon are in this together. We're step siblings. We need to be in this together.
If I was still Killjourn, I'd say yes, 1000%, but I'm not.
Damn, I could have asked Araka to go bring us some skeletons.
You would have had to sign a contract.
She's, man, if she had the opportunity to give me a skeletons, I'm against this. I'm pretty sure she'd just give me the skeletons.
They want Greenest. What? They want the town. They don't want to destroy the town.
No, that's the thing. Is even if we give them what they want, we can still get intelligence and they'll leave. Maybe. At least we can leave and go after the shard ahead of them.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking is the one thing we shouldn't give up is that they didn't find the shard.
Well, we don't know if they didn't find the shard either because
we didn't interrogate those guys. Yeah, hopefully they don't die.
Children's keeping secrets. Everybody's keeping secrets, so we don't know what they found.
I mean, she might just
that is keeping secrets too. So
maybe I can seduce her, and I could make her the next Kataya, and she'll join our side.
My question is, what is this shard y'all are talking about?
That fallen star thing that.
How do we know it's a shard? I've heard no mention of there being a shard.
I keep calling it a shard. It's the fallen star thing.
Okay. I was thinking of it like a Diablo 3 thing. It's like a fallen star.
No, I just said that for some reason, but the fallen star that we were supposed to be following in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, I figured they're following that star too, and they just wanted this town to be under their control on the way there.
That's what I'm thinking. Is what they were.
That would also mean that maybe this group doesn't know that we're on the move.
Well, because also remember, Greenest needs to fall. That's like a thing about like this Tiamat Greenest effect mythos, is that this is supposed to be like the first domino that starts up all of this stuff. So we also need to try and persuade her away from following the script of like, this is how Tiamat Rising is supposed to go.
Oh, I see. I like that.
Because it's kind of like, oh, so you're here because of this fallen star thing, maybe. You're here because you think and your people all think that you need to follow this. What if we can like appeal to her, depending on how she talks, we might be able to appeal to her vanity about like so you're just doing what Severin tells you to do? You leave everything Severin tells you? Oh, you're just following this script. Well, last time that script got followed, Tiamat didn't end up winning. If you're so interested in helping Tiamat rise, maybe you need to flip the script. You need to change up your method, because clearly, if you only hear because you think Greenest is key, it wasn't that key last time, was it?
I agree. I'm gonna go say goodnight to my kids, and I'll be right back.
Okay.
Demetria's pretty fucking smart for a fucking.
He is not. This is me being strategic. I think Demetria knows how to deal with manipulative people. I think at this point, she's been manipulated enough by people who were smarter than her that she's like, okay, let's right, because she wasn't lying when she
I miss
told
Robbie. I
I
wonder
miss
what
Robbie.
Robbie's doing. We should check in with Amnon and talk to the little monster dude. See how
check in with him, check in with do
we
like
gotta see
a
how our
little-
boy is before we fucking fight this.
like it's like a game of telephone. We're like, tell him we
Yeah.
love him, and Amnon's like,
Yeah,
okay, tell him that they love him, and
yeah. What do you say? What do you say? What do you say?
and Axel's like, they said that they loved me.
Yeah, he's misinterpreting the entire shit, right? Yeah.
Depending
I need
on
to stop
Axel's
playing.
personality.
I need to stop playing characters that dump intelligence.
Playing high intelligence, Dimitri's not high intelligence, but the fun part about playing Aramis was getting to lean into that. I'm thinking that this is more of a charisma thing than an
I
intelligence.
really like the Rekalesh character. Tempe doesn't, but I do. Tempe's super weirded out by that dude, but
I dig that Rakalesh asks for permission before raising bodies.
Yeah,
I think,
yeah.
I think that's polite.
He's a courteous weirdo for sure. Excellent.
It's part of
Yeah.
making oaths. You got to actually build trust with people, even if you don't understand what
Yeah.
trust is on an emotional level.
Oh shit, the mask that Ohana was wearing kind of looks like Rakalesh's fucking head.
Yeah, they're like separate.
Yeah. That's funny.
Oh shit.
Yep.
Don't hit that bad.
Well, if combat happens, Lex, you can be a skeleton.
Oh, I already messaged Malcolm.
You already what?
I already messaged Malcolm.
Lex? I swear to God, you son of a bitch.
Robbie's dead. He's already dead.
Shut up! Shut up! No,
The
he's
villagers
not.
were slaughtered by the dragon.
Lex, I will delete that fanfic I was writing you. I will delete it.
You can't delete it because it's not just for me anymore.
I will never watch The Owl House. Never. I'll turn my face away if ever it's on.
Oh, the Owl House is gonna destroy me in a month. Oh, God.
Oh, what did we get ourselves into? Baby girl, what did we get ourselves into?
Oh.
There.
All I'm saying is that in Theros, the 1v1 solved 90% of problems.
But what was up with the remaining 10%? That's less than
The remaining 10% was we fucking gangbang the fuck out of them and beat the hell out of one dude with like 5 people. But in every single situation,
we only have 4 with Ravigon. But we only have 4 with Ravigon.
in the situation where there was a big army and a main general person, it was always, hey, let's 1v1 the general, and then pretty much no one else do anything. So then there's not an actual combat.
I'm thinking that I'm gonna try and talk her down. I'm gonna try and persuade her with my wiles and my whims. And then if she's not taking the bait, it'll be like, okay, put your money where your mouth is, bitch. Let's
You sound like a man on
I'm
Tinder.
here.
Demetra takes out her earrings, like, all right, let's go.
You think you're all that? You're not even hot.
Steppy, here you go. She hands him to Steppy.
It's like, hold my shirt.
This has to happen now, right? Like, I mean, this kind of has to happen.
Yeah.
Oh.
Like,
The sound of it.
there you go. She's like, you need to call your folks. You should call your folks before we do this. We need to.
Ambulance. I need an ambulance, but not for me.
Just remember, you're a paladin. If it's a 1v1, just smite. Just
I
smite,
know.
and smite.
I'll smite her. I swear. I promise. Right, Mona? Yeah, Mona. You want to say hi to the boys? Come here. Come here. Yeah. Here you go.
I feel like I'm watching an episode of Lucy.
Head of the boys. Yeah.
Oh, that's exactly what they got.
Right there. You want to say hi?
She's like, no.
Oh.
That reminds me of what my Pape said to my great grandmother one time. Because my great grandmother was
Hey,
blind
Cheryl,
and deaf.
keep the cat for a second. What's the cat's name? Look,
Mona.
Mona.
Mona, like Mona Lisa.
Yeah. It's cute, right?
Hi.
We
I
met
see
the kid.
pictures of you golfing with your papa. You guys look pretty cool out there.
Thank you.
Yeah, not I gotta pause my story now.
Oh.
Well, that's an angle.
Beautiful.
Okay, there we go.
We have to
Yeah,
edit that out. Edit out
So,
those.
fun fact about my great grandmother, she was blind and deaf. And even though she was like that, she still was able to sew pretty well. And so it's at my aunt's house in California, but kind of like the size of the poster that Lex has for y'all. It's about twice the size of that, and it's pretty much all the 10 Commandments.
Mm.
Just sewn out because she was very religious, but
As many an old school lady was.
yeah. So one time, my papa, who is my biological grandfather on my mother's side, so he was around visiting my grandmother, and pretty much my great grandmother was like, "What you doing in this house, boy?" And he was just like, boy, 10 pounds of swinging meat between my legs, and you have the audacity to call me a boy? Yeah, my papa is a horrible human being.
Mona, did you hear that? Your tiny, delicate ears. Yeah.
Oh no, poor Mona.
Hey, my family is experts at shit talking.
No, don't go there. Come here.
It's why we get into fights a lot.
One day Mona's gonna learn not to bother me when I am playing D&D because I just pick her up and fling her around and show her off to people. I don't want to know what Malcolm is getting ready.
He's gonna turn that camera on. There's gonna be 75 dragons there, so it's gonna be something ridiculous. Watch.
He's gonna turn that camera on and his giant Tiamat mini
Yeah,
thing.
yeah. Surprise.
Surprise.
This is the finale.
Robbie's just out in the wilderness.
Yeah, just hanging out.
Cutting, it's like us like dying, and then it cuts to Robbie like
Like helping. He's helping old ladies, little kids.
Showing a chat like
oh god.
holding the group, showing like a small herd of deer walk by, like pointing to kids. I see that. That is nature. It is beautiful.
And then I have a flashback to Regulus throwing the deer carcass down the well.
Well, it's nice knowing you guys.
Yeah, well, we get to try out some other characters now, right?
Time to commission some new art. I'm liking that mask thing. I might integrate that into the character design. Oh god.
So
Terrible.
there are many of them. As they march through, kind of kicking up dust as the group approaches. Being the five of you, you can tell, and having the hundreds that you have with you, you can tell that
Oh my lord.
maybe 30 of them are true warriors. The rest of them fanatics. But the warriors that you do see don't appear to be pushovers. And with that dragon circling overhead in the dusk now, with the clouds scattered, it makes itself very known, very well known. But it's still out of the earshot of forcing you to feel its dragon fear. The figure that appeared out of the smoke is the one behind me, that's female clad in this half-plate black armor. And she kind of slides up the front of her plate, revealing kind of what you see where almost like that the bottom of her jaw is now revealed. You can tell that the top of the helmet can be slid down to where she is, the face is fully protected. And beside her walks another figure who kind of seems to stand at her side, maybe some bodyguard of some sort, fully clad in armor from head to toe, that one being fully full plate with his large blade over his shoulder. And what I will ask is, if you would have stopped, okay, sounds like this is kind of a trap the way you said it. So would Tarlo have put out the offerings? Yes or no? Or would you have had him, or would you have said no offerings, we're gonna have a conversation kind of deal?
We could pretend there are offerings, cover them with a sheet.
I'll ask you guys what, if anything, is presented when she lands and when she arrives.
I think we should present it, but stop them from, you know what I mean? Like
just have it
is,
look at, but as they're
us, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because if nothing's out there, they could be like, all right, fuck this. It's all
yeah, no, there's something, there's definitely something there,
yeah.
But we're not intending on handing it over.
Okay.
A show of something is there.
And as she dismounts, like appearing there, she goes, "We have come clearly in peace, as we see you have fortified yourself in this keep. But we do see these bowls before us. One, this offering of earth, and one of water. I must ask, to you, leaders in your tower, is this confirmation that you will follow and that you acknowledge your rightful lord is the great Tiamat, the Dark Queen, Takesis?
Demetria is going to step forward and say, "Let's."
Are you doing this from like a parapet on the wall?
She's down there. No, she's.
You're down there. You're coming out there. Okay.
Yeah, we were standing out there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think
it was Tempe, Demetria, and Tarlo were down there.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Tarlo's I don't know if Tarlo.
Poor Tarlo.
He'll stand by. Tarlo's gonna stand behind the gate. Tarlo's gonna stand up in the tower if available. Would so Rakulesh is not out there. Rakulesh, where are you at?
I'd say Rakulesh with the rest of the group. Yeah.
Yeah, I know Amnon's up top.
I can see me right back there.
Yeah, there you are, right there. Yeah, Demetria's gonna step forward and say, "Let's not get ahead of ourselves."
Are you the governing authority in this town?
As far as conversing with you, consider us the authority. My name is Demetria. What's yours?
I am Cyan Wrath. That is what you shall know me as.
I'm gonna cast Channel Divinity, my bonus to charisma checks on myself real quick. Gonna do that. Cyan Wrath. Beautiful name. I love the whole situation. And your friend there? Does he have a name?
He is Sylvanwrath. And what is it to you? Who am I speaking with?
We're speaking with a Lord of the Alliance, a Harper, a Paladin of Bahamut, and a concerned party.
I appreciate it. And I come to you and she kind of gives a brief little bow. I respect your title. I respect your Lords of the Alliance title. Clearly your honor to Bahamut. I thank you for your service and all you've done so far. It will not be needed going forward in the New World, as there is a new order coming. And I find that I want to make it as easy as possible for people, for all the people of this land, to understand. I am just one of many. I see myself as the tooth and the claw of Takesis that does not need to be that. I can be gentle.
Right, one of many. We've actually met one of your buddies, name of Severin.
Severin is no buddy of mine, but he does operate in the order. I do not know him well, but glad to see you've made his acquaintance. I'm not a big fan.
At the very least, we have that much in common to start with. Because the thing is, Cyanrath, when we showed up here and you left that lovely message for the people, I appreciate peace. I can appreciate wanting to preserve and make things easy for people in need of protection. But the thing I don't understand is why this place? Why Greenest?
It is just one of many on a map. One of many that must come into subjugation. That sounds like a harsh word. Just like you honor Bahamut, we need to make people aware that from now on, it is in their best interest to shy away, to move away from Shantea. For Takesis is the way going forward.
Now, the thing is, Cyanrath, maybe you've been around some of your fanatical friends, who are not your buddies, but your coworkers, for a little too long, because the thing is, common folk here in the Sword Coast, burning their villages down isn't exactly going to win you converts.
I have no desire to burn this village. I'm just here to collect that bowl of earth and water, and I can be on my way.
Demetria's gonna casually walk over to where the bowl of water and the bowl of earth are, and she's gonna kind of start to kind of trail her finger around in the bowl of water, half tipping it a little bit, like she's maybe going to tip it over and spill it.
Tread lightly with your actions here, Paladin.
You're telling me to tread lightly. You've come with a force of hundreds of soldiers to an undefended, small village.
Which is clearly why I say, you seem to think that you speak for these people. Did you ever think to wonder, these commoners, they've always been under some form of subjugation, some lord, some governor. What changes? What makes you push back against this idea? You having a dragon on your chest. I know you are not very different from me. So why? Why are you looking at me as some form of oppressor?
Because I have been you. I have oppressed people. I have chased down the weak and the scared because it was easy. Because it was something that I could pretend was brave. Something that I could pretend made me important, made me worth following, made me worthy of people who were more powerful than me. So you see, Cyanrath, we actually have more in common than you think. Because I know that at the end of the day, whether it's Severin or your Dark Queen, the second that you slip, the second that you fail to deliver, That's it for you, isn't it?
It's possible.
Is this where you slip? Is this worth it?
I have slipped before. That dragon you see circling above? That dragon wiped out my entire village, if you want to call it.
Can I insight?
I am the sole survivor of that attack. You can insight if you'd like.
Shit. 1 minus 1 is a 0.
And so you take her to word, but she goes, I don't know if you asked any question. Why would you know?
I have a follow-up for that sole
Yeah.
survivor. The sole survivor and you, if it destroyed your village and you followed it and served it, no one survived.
I like you. She kind of like starts to pace around Demetria.
Demetria's following her.
Like the style, the sleeves. Quite attractive you are. Maybe if we were on the same team, this could lead to something. But, and then she kind of removes her helmet, pulls it off, and still fully clad in her armor, but taking off the helmet, Demetria for the first time is able to see her face. This is her.
Little bob cut moment, nice.
Yeah, it's a little cut. She says, yes, but I don't follow it. I am the rider. The dragon follows me. But I am okay with understanding my place in the world. You see, I no longer shed tears for my people because they made the wrong decision. They went to attack a dragon in its lair because they wanted to be heroes. There is a food chain, and I would rather survive in that than be foolish to thinking I don't understand its order. And what has man done in his time running Faerun or running the Sword Coast? Maybe it's time the dragons have their place back.
Your people did as you say. People of Greenest have done nothing. You want to do a show of force, you want to win converts, you want to show your hand, you want to be tough. You're not proving anything about how righteous this order is by forcing these people under your boot.
Love it. Takesis could use you. I don't want to force anyone. I simply asked a question. I asked for water and earth, and you have provided for us. Let us take it and let us go. And if you would like to come with us, maybe you can come and see that it is not so bad.
A question asked at the point of a sword isn't a question, it's an order.
Well, I see you have your convictions. Maybe you and I should have a dance. Maybe so that we don't have to have any bloodshed. Clearly, if I'm looking at this town, you have evacuated it. So who is in danger here? But so that this may be a friendly, I don't know.
You ask who's in danger here? That'd be you. If you go through with this.
A friendly combat.
I've had worse dances with better friends. But if you're offering, and if I win, all your people leave. Can you promise that? You claim there's an order to these things. Can I trust that your grasp on this saves this town?
I am a woman of my word.
You're a woman of your word, but what about your dragon?
My dragon listens to me.
And once you're dead?
My dragon will listen to Takesis. And in her heart, in my heart of hearts, I do not believe she wants to see this town burn, as you seem to think it needs to. Inside check? It is.
I'm pulling out some dice.
Ooh, she rolled low. Okay.
Real dice. Come on, baby. 13. Better than a 0.
And so it seems really honest that she doesn't. So, because it seems like Dimitri's been kind of hung up on this Greenest effect, right? Like she's trying to figure it out, right? It's vexing her, and in all, none of these other so far. The only damage that has been done to Greenest has come from Araka and Killjoy. So, if any further damage is to come, it probably would come from this force and this dragon. So, but in her eyes, she doesn't seem to know what you could kind of keep trying to allude to is this destruction of the town. And you're starting to feel like she really just wants the people to either give their honor and so she can go. But she's now in the state where it's kind of like, well, maybe we have this as a bit of a squabble or a sword fight, a test of metal.
I don't want to give him the win. I don't want to give him the W. I don't want.
She pulls out her 2 blades and they kind of smoke. It looks like they burn and but they don't smoke they create the smoke kind of comes off them very faintly and then they leave ash on the ground when she pulls them out.
Can Demetria take a second to kind of close her eyes and try and cast out a mental hand towards Bahamut? Sort of get a sense of how strong his presence is right now.
Give me a advantage religion check. Now here's where I'd like to flash back, and I'd like to find this a moment because I think we've been talking to Dimitri for a while. Maybe this is a chance to bring everybody back, even Ravi, in this moment, since this is where we're at. The day before, everything leading up to this moment. Let's go back to that. Let's go back to planning and everything that was happening. Now, Ravi is out there in the field. You just said he has some kind of connection. So let's go back to those talks of Amnon reaching out to Araka or Dimitri reaching out to Bahamut, conversations that might have been had. Let's go back to the early morning of this day, like the sun. So it's kind of like the same sky, but it's a different time. It's like the breaking of the dawn. What is happening there? What's Lex doing? What's Tempe doing? What's Rakalesh doing? What's Amnon doing? And for that, and then eventually I'll have you make that roll, Demetria, based on this information here, based on what you guys feed me. And you can set it. I mean, you guys can feel free to set it wherever you want, like however you like. I think I rarely stump you guys on roleplay.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
Ravi's just he's pushing forward. Like he knows what his task is. He has to get these people into cover.
Ravi, as you do that, and can I have a perception check from you?
Yes. 26.
Oof, very high. And so, Ravi, no one brings this to your attention, but over the course of the evening and in the morning, early hours of the morning, when you get everybody up, you kind of get them moving. You definitely several hours, multiple hours before the dragon flies over. You start to you're listening to the people talk, right? You're listening to them talk amongst each other. And you realize there is a woman in the group who people are there's some chatter, there's some rumors going up about. And her name is Lennon Swift. And she's there with her husband. And no one has outrightly, you've heard a couple rumors about her kid. But what you've been able to uncover from the conversations that you've had and the whispers is that she never had a kid. And in a lot of the rumors that people said she couldn't have a kid, but now she's traveling with her husband and this 7-year-old that no one's ever seen. Not to mention, Lennon is a older woman, her and her husband both dark-haired, brown-eyed, light, fair complexioned people. But this child is blonde hair, blue-eyed, wearing commoner's clothes. And people seem to be a bit off-put by the child. Back at the keep with Recollection, Amnon, Tempe, what's going on there?
Tempe's praying. He spends a lot of time praying. Kind of sitting under a tree.
Who does he pray to? I mean, maybe
Lethani is it's not a singular god. That's not what it is. It's matriarchal, so it's more of like a Buddhist. Not even really Buddhist, but it's kind of like it's more of a nature.
Ancestral mothers, the ancestral.
Like an ancestral mother kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And anyone who hears him would realize that if they heard him, he's whispering those prayers currently while standing behind Demetria.
Interesting. So you're kind of going back and forward, being in the flashback, he's praying, and then the current time he's praying behind Demetria. Okay. Yeah. Can I have an advantage religion check?
$17.
Okay. I imagine he's prayed his entire life. Has he ever seen any type of? Has he seen any miracles before? Has he seen anything that was out of scope of, or has it just been more of like meditation and kind of?
He has during their training. That's part of their training. They kind of get a vision, and that's how they get empowered. They get empowered.
Are you willing to share that vision? What that looks like?
Yeah. It's basically it's similar to the tree that it's similar to the tree in Lord of the Rings.
Mm-hmm.
Golden tree, like the light. It looks almost exactly like that, but the matriarchal figure that comes to them to then teach them the way of the Lethani is like super like Greek-esque, you don't really see her face because she's kind of like it's more feeling, but you get the impression of a woman in a long white gown who does not look like a fighter, but imparts the wisdom of fighting prowess.
Love it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Very, very authentic. Yeah.
Recklish, how do you spend your time? I know you have the skeleton that's wandering around in the river, ready to be activated for anything need be, but anything you might add, if I may ask.
He may have raided a few homes for any leftover food.
Okay. Plenty to find there. I like that. And so he would find, probably not his favorite foods, being just being meat. But yes, rations. I mean, not rations, but uncooked, fresh like flour meal stuff like that people have in their homes. Raklesh would be able to gather for sure.
Dry sausages.
Yes. Amnon, Demetria, how about you all? Is there anything particular you might point to in this flashback that would be important to you?
Well, Amnon usually first thing he does is, looks to see if there's anybody injured to help. And then other than that,
because remember, you all spent an entire day leading up to this point and an entire night, and then I heard some of you say you were going to talk to your folks. So what if you did, this is a chance for you to.
Yeah, no, so after like all of that, he would prepare for the battle, and then he would just find a cold, quiet place down in the keep. Usually like I picture would be gravitate towards like the creepiest place he could find. So yeah, so he'll help me. Reckless and I will go look for a place to just an uneasy place, and then I would just sit and just quietly meditate, and I would just think about all that has happened, all the preparation that I've done, and be open for anything open from anything that Araka has to say, and if she'll even show up.
Harlow would have led him down to show him the tunnel underneath the keep, and in that dark, dank place, since it rolls out to the river, it's also some water comes in. It's a bit moist. The flagstone or the bricks that are down there have started to have roots kind of grow through them. Has this mixture of stale earth, the smell and water and stale water. And rats, as he meditates, start to kind of crawl up and over Amnon. They do not bite him, but they just kind of crawl over him while he meditates. And as he requests Araka, and as she is starting to get more attuned to his call, she responds, I know they are coming. You call. What is it that you want, my patron? You're the patron. She's the patron. But what do you want? Sorry. What is it that you ask of me?
I merely want you to know what is happening, and if there's any way that you could help us if things go sideways.
I have to watch myself and how much I get myself involved in this. But what is it that you want me to do?
Knowledge to maybe get them to just leave, or for any way we can have some kind of power to help us defend ourselves in this town, or to even find out where that star is.
It's a persuasion check, but you're really not persuasion. It's almost like to see if she's able to get this request through. Give me a persuasion check.
Okay. I have a +7 on persuasion. I got an 8.
Oh my gosh!
Damn it! I thought it was in the bag.
No.
I think that you, in your darkest hour, Araka, I would be willing to send you fiends from hell to help you. But I am also tied by your contract. I am also tied by what I see, and I do not see everything. I am just a cog in a wheel. So you must fend for yourself here. You and yours. If I can help in any way, I will do it as myself where I can. But right now, I realize is Kildren is helping those outside of the town. I will try to support you unless I am called to something of greater importance. But you have my word that this is most important now.
Good to hear. And I will update you later then.
Flashing back to where we are now. I know, Dimitri, I don't know if there's something else you've done, but like, you know, this Tempe is standing behind you, kind of mumbling and praying, and so the figure standing before you, this, you know, beautiful woman, this knight, this fierce warrior, you can tell she has this ferocity that she kind of tempers like this quiet storm.
Demetria,
Like, you want to just, should we hang this town on a fair fight between us two? A duel?
Demetria is going to take a moment to start to call out towards Bahamut, sort of try to reach for that presence that she'd felt all those months ago. But then after having had that conversation with Tempe about what she wants to happen if she dies, she's going to turn her mind towards Illyria, that the paladin whose shield she carries, and she's going to think to herself, I'm carrying, or think towards her spirit or her memory in Bahamut. Think, I am carrying your shield. Help me turn towards the path where I'm worthy of carrying it. Whether that's fighting her now or whether that's folding. Just give me time.
You gonna put this on the dead lady you killed a long time ago? Okay.
She was a good paladin.
This,
I'm carrying her shield. She's like, go fighter, you'll get killed and I'll get my shield back, bitch.
Have another wisdom-based religion check, as it seems like you're trying to channel her. I will give you advantage on it.
Wisdom-based religion. That's a natural 20.
Oh. Wow.
The dice curse is over. But a religion wisdom, because I think my wisdom's a -1. So unfortunately, I think I have a bonus to, that's a wisdom-based religion comes out, natural 20 becomes a 19. So if Illyria wants me to go to my death, then I go to my death.
Role play amongst yourself. I need a minute. This game has gone completely role playing. Like I need like 2 minutes. Like role play amongst yourself.
We broke Malcolm. What's going on here?
Shit.
I'm not gonna touch it. I'm just gonna look at it for a second. It's so beautiful.
Yeah, don't touch it. Hold on.
Take a picture of it.
It's like the die. It's like one of my die that doesn't show up nicely in my dice tray.
That's right. You're like, I rolled a 20, and then Malcolm's like, can't.
There you get a nice little angle going.
All right, I'm looking at this.
Y'all, what am I gonna do if there's a snake in this group?
Bro, I don't know.
Don't say that.
Malcolm just over there, some shady kid.
Terrible.
Well, because
like the little kid from the Omen.
Session is, you know what the title of this session is? It's Innocence, and what's the title of this in
Embers?
Yeah.
Yo, and there's a little fucking kid in the picture.
Yeah.
Ass little kid. I saw that shit. I was like, what the fuck is gonna happen tonight?
Yeah.
And I noticed today that it looked like the kid's hair was on fire.
It does look like the kid's hair is
on
on fire.
It does look like it's on. God damn it! Why'd you say that? That's
Malcolm knew what was gonna happen. Malcolm's like, I'm just gonna sprinkle this in. I'm gonna sprinkle in that I was thinking ahead when I chose the header image for this.
What depth of internet hell Malcolm went to find this fucking picture of this kid? Like,
I think this is an AI picture.
He make it. He made it specific. His hell. It's
Malcolm's like, welcome.
Bro, I hate that shit. Malcolm, I hate that little kid. It's no good, man.
I don't know. See, this picture, that picture of this kid doesn't break me as much as the picture of the other two kids looking at each other going,
Oh yeah.
that one just freaks me out.
Which one is that?
It's always
It's
not
the two kids looking at each other, but they're both like.
And which image from which is it from a book? Is it from?
It's from you. You used it.
I've used it before.
And you used it as like a cover photo for one of our games.
Oh, yeah. I got to go back and I don't even know which one. I think
it's like Waterdeep. There's two kids, and there's.
Oh yes, you know who they're doing that from? It's I think in that if it's the image that I'm thinking of, it's the Lady Castellanter is walking through the streets, and they're like, "Oh shit, it's her!" Like kind of deal.
Oh, that's funny.
Me too.
Well, I will say, and say her name once again. Who you?
Illyria.
Illyria. She's Dragonborn, right?
Yeah. I think she was a silver dragonborn or something like that.
You kind of hear her in the wind, whisper, and she says, my path was my own. Your path is your own as well. Unlike them, even though we follow Bahamut, no one can make us do anything. My death served a greater purpose. And you hold my shield, you wear my armor, and so I support you. And I forgive you. But if you stand and fight this day, you will inspire many souls, but you shall also fall. And that's all you hear.
My mind is going 100 miles an hour right now. Demetria turns to Cyanrath and she cracks her neck from side to side and says, let's dance.
All right.
That was a fucking mistake. No. It's what Demetria would do. And she's gonna die. I'm so sorry, Robbie.
Bear these weapons. Roll initiative.
Robbie's not even here. What you saying sorry to Robbie for?
I'm sorry, Tempe.
I'm standing here fucking praying and shit like a nun behind you.
I'll take initiative from everyone, even though you're meant to stay outside of it. You know, you're supposed to stay outside of this fight.
I've already done my meddling.
17.
I rolled a 17 too.
Nah.
It's crazy you say that. I also rolled a 17, but plus 2, that's 19.
Oh.
Yeah, I rolled a 15, but I have a +2, so we're all coming up.
I had a +1 too.
So 19 for Rakalesh?
Yep.
Ravi?
Oh,
you're still rolling. Nothing's happening. This is just in case I need to put you in some form of. You're not in combat though. Nothing is actually
dirty
happening.
20.
Okay. What I will do is on your turn, Ravi, I'll be cutting back to you to see what you're doing with this information that you have.
Alrighty.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Tempe.
17.
17. Nice. Amnon.
15.
15. Good stuff.
So you're kind of treating it as like this is the present, but then when it's Lex's or when it's Ravi's turn,
everything's
kinda
present now. Ravi is now present because Ravi learned that. Well, yeah, Ravi learned it the day earlier, but now it's present. So now it's Ravi has had time to like, and he'll either like role play or talk to people or ask questions, or he'll do something. So everything's present now. We're no longer in Flash.
What I was more going for was because the way I thought you were trying to describe it was like kind of how we sent Axel as the messenger is as we're role playing it is Axel saying what's going on, and then it's going to Ravi for his reaction based on what he just heard.
Meaning like Axel's trying to fly back and send the message to. That's possible.
So whatever is happening now.
Right. Yes, because Axel can. Yes,
Ravi.
Is Ravi. So Ravi can kind of be abreast through Axel, right? Like what he's seeing. I'll allow that. Yeah. Okay. So as they kind of start to pace each other, her wielding her two kind of blades, almost like scimitars. She steps in as she kind of makes a step forward towards Demetria. She's at 23 on initiative. It goes silent as this aura she seems to invoke. I need a wisdom save from you, Demetria.
You muted.
I'm saying it's gonna be a 15.
15. Did you add the +1 from my spell?
16.
Ooh, okay. Demetria cannot speak, and she's deafened until the start of her next turn. Only Demetria. She's the only one within this, like, kind of close to this rider, Cyan Wrath. At that moment, Cyan Wrath lashes out with one attack from one of her blades. 26 to hit with the blade.
That'll do it.
Sure, will take 13 slashing damage, along with 13 necrotic damage. That first blow. And then she spins around under Demetria's arm as she swings and does it again. It's a cocked die for a 24 to hit. Another blow, slashing across Demetria for 14 slashing. And 12 more necrotic damage.
You only take half of that total.
Half the total of the necrotic or all of it?
All of it. You're resistant to all damage. You also get a +1 in your AC.
Oh my god. Okay, wait, hold on. I've been adding up all those numbers then. Do you have how much all that was?
I can go back to
52.
52. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So half of 52 is
26.
26. Thank God for Rocklash.
The gods.
Yeah, all the gods, please. You're respectful, Demetria.
Okay, cool.
Ravi, it is your turn.
Okay, I'm gonna be cautious at first. I don't want to cause a fuss, but I'm gonna cast Detect Magic. I just want to see if there's any sort of magic going on around here. I want to see if like the parents are charmed. I want to see if this kid is using some sort of transmutation or illusion magic. I just want to see get like a layout of what's going on.
Okay, you're observing the child with the mother, and at this point, people are starting to be like, At this point, like people are now gotten bold. And they're like, that child is of the devil. Something's wrong. It's why the Celestial was here last night. The Fiend probably came here for it. And then someone throws a rock and like hits her in the head. She starts
Enough.
This is why we're in this situation. We've never seen this child before.
We don't know why we're in this situation, so there's no reason to speculate.
The child is kind of crying a bit and clutching Lennon, the mother's leg.
I'm gonna go up to the child and I'm gonna like look to see where it was hit.
The mother was hit. The child was not hit. Child is completely fine.
I'm gonna go up to the woman and I'll give her like a cure wounds just to fix her over. Oh wait, I can't do that. And well, I'll just go over and like just tend to her.
Okay, so you can't give her cure wounds. You don't.
Well, if I cast detect magic, I can't because they're both.
Oh, you're casting detect. So you're casting detect magic on the child.
Well, it's a 30-foot radius around.
Got it. You're just okay. You detect and you do feel the presence of magic, and it is on the child. It is coming from them. In that area where the mother and the father steps in the way after the mother's hit by the rock, and he rushes in and he's off like bravado, like fighting trying to fight one of the people that threw it. Even though it was a woman that threw it, he's fighting like whoever the closest man that was as they begin to tussle. You told them to stop, so they kind of stopped for a second. You said you would lead us. You said you would protect us. This is out of control. They don't understand. The woman. Can I have a persuasion check from you just to see how she's, feeling Ravi's presence?
Fuck, 2.
A 2?
I have a -1 to charisma. I rolled a 3.
Please stay away from my child. Do not. She is my child. They are lying.
Do I get what kind of magic is going on? I'm so sorry. I know you hate this question.
It's a good one.
But I gotta know. I need to know.
While this
I want to see if this child is charming these.
While this is happening, I am going to, while I'm looking that up, even though Raklesh is next, I want to know what Dimitri has done in response to these 2 blows. Dimitri, you are actually next now. I'm going to go back to because at this point, everyone else is just kind of watching this fight. So actually what I said, unless you were going to step in, it would go to Dimitri. Unless you're going to do something outside of Raklesh, would you?
I was going to heal myself.
You could do that. Yeah, absolutely. So you heal yourself. Where did you take damage from?
I take half. So the reason why Dimitri's taking half damage.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So you're yeah. Okay, that's fine. Got it. So that's where you're. Dimitri.
I have a question because I rarely ever smite anything. If I cast like a bonus action smite spell, I can still divine smite if it hits, right?
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna bonus action cast at second level branding smite. And then I'm going to try and hit it with an attack.
Can I have an advantage Arcana check from Lex, from Ravi?
I regain 7 hit points.
13.
So it's good enough for you to understand the magic that you're feeling from this area is shifting. It's shifting every second, and so it's shifting to the point where you can't pinpoint what it is. Like, this is some shit you've never come across. It's clearly something outside of it's faint, but 1 minute it's enchantment, 1 minute it's divination, the next is transmutation, then it's conjuration. It's never evocation, it's never necromancy, it's never abjuration. But the rest of them continue to shift. You're not able to pinpoint the magic on this child or on this even woman, just where they're standing. So if that helps you, at least it could easily be one of those. Yes, an illusion is still there.
Okay, I'll just kneel down to the child and just ask it, "Who are you?"
And Lennon says, please protect us. She does not speak. She is mute. cutting back to Demetria. Go ahead with what your
First attack was a 22.
22 hits.
Yes. And I'm going to drop a Divine Smite, second level spell slot. So that's an extra 3d8.
Ooh, okay.
Do you want me to separate like what's radiant and what isn't?
No. Just give me
Okay.
all your damage. So take all of it.
18, 20, 25, 25 plus 7, 32, 36 points of damage.
As you kind of clash back and forth, she kind of got she got like the first couple strikes on you. You all big, and then you're fighting, blocking her shield. And then where do you think you like kind of land those blows or that blow?
I think that she was like ducking under my arm. So I think it's the Searing Smite. What happens is I take out the Disruptor Mace and I drag it against the front of the shield like I'm lighting a match, swinging it up, and then just bringing it back down on top of her.
She kind of staggers for a second, collects herself, changes her stance.
Now I have a second attack.
You are good. And then give me your second attack.
Second attack's only going to be an 18.
18 will just hit. It's like you give me the damage.
Can I Divine Smite twice?
Yep.
A Divine Smite again at second level.
Okay.
Team 19 plus 4, 23 points of damage.
So take it.
We need part of Demetria dragging that mace across the shield now.
Up high, down low.
As she gets slashed again, she spins around and she steps away from you, staggers away from you. She points her sword and she's like, you hear her. At this point, she's like, she's fully armed back. She's like kind of dropped her full face mask over, but you can hear the whisper under her tongue, under the metal. And as she says something, I need a Constitution save from you, Demetria.
Constitution saving throw?
Yes.
Constitution. With the +1 from Rocklush, is that still up?
Yep.
21.
Ooh. Okay. And so you feel where she did cut you, you feel the wounds beginning to like burn, but then you're able to like kind of take that resolve and push it away, and it just stops. And whatever she just tried to do, it does not work. I don't know if I do have. Yep. So you're good. You're able to like force it away. Whatever this, and for game wise, it was a legendary action. That's why she's going out of turn. She's able to like. She's able to go again. She tries it.
Why did I do this?
It does not work. This puts us at Tempe, I believe, right?
Does it? That's not good.
Because Demetria just went, right? So Demetria went. She did a legendary action. Tempe, you're up. Then Amnon's on the parapets with all the archers.
What's Demetria look like right now?
She looks. Let me see. She looks like she's getting towards half health. If you had to quantify how she looks on numbers, she looks like
even the most eloquent writer. She's like, she looks like she's at half health.
Give us a visual.
Phil of all people is like half health.
Right?
I'm under a lot of pressure right now.
She's haggard as she staggers forth. It's like, no. She looks like half health. I'm not mad at you.
You had to quantify her on a range of 1 to 56. She's at around 30 right now.
I do it all the time with villains. I'm like, they look bloodied. They're flashing red. Like,
What does she look like when she looks at Tempe? If she looks at Tempe, what does she look like?
What is she what?
What does she look like if she looks at Tempe?
If she looks at Tempe, she looks like she's scared, but like she is trying to hold on to a last bit of fury in fighting and hope, but she's definitely scared.
Can I hold my action?
You can. What is it that you want to hold for?
I want to hold my action with Tempe's got a lot of reverence for Demetria, and he would never disrespect her by jumping into a fight that she asked for. But he will not let her die. So I think that or he will attempt to not let her die. I think that unless she looks pretty bad, I want to hold my action to see what happens at the next rotation. Does that make sense? Like, I just want to hold my action.
Okay.
I want to hold an attack to see what happens at the next exchange between them. You know what I mean? Like, if this chick lands another 2 hits and Demetria's like on one knee, Tempe's gonna fucking let off some shit. You know what I mean?
Okay. Fair enough. So he's waiting to see. He's pretty much waiting to see if she puts Demetria in a deadly situation, or she knocks her down on the ground.
Yeah, exactly. And he's fucking whispering. Like, you hear the same whisper you heard from this chick. You hear the same kind of. It's louder now. He's like fucking like, and it's in his own language. It's in Lethani. It's not in English or common.
Okay. Amnon, up on the rafters, anything that you're doing here or contributing?
You know, I can't imagine I know really what's going on too much.
You can see it very clearly. It's not a hard.
I can see it. Yeah, I can see it. But I'm sure. I don't know if I can hear them or.
Yeah.
Either way, I'm watching them and like I'm just like seeing if you know, I'm trying not to show all my cards, right? So I'm just watching and trying to pick my time for everybody to fire. And I'm also checking in on Robbie, and I'm getting pretty worried about him right now. Because I can see through Axel's eyes.
That's an action.
What is?
Lay on hands is an action, right?
I'm begging for my life in the DMs. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about it. I'm freaking out. It's fine.
I know what I would do in your situation.
What'd you do in my situation?
Eater.
I would cast Shield of Faith to get a +2 bonus to AC.
I don't have that prepped.
Why?
I don't think I do now. Oh, I do. I do have Shield of Faith.
And that's a bonus action.
That is a bonus action.
Unfortunately, it is also concentration.
Does that mean no smites?
No, you can still smite.
Okay.
Smite just consumes a spell slot. It's not casting a spell. So if you wanted to, you could be a barbarian paladin and be smiting the fuck out of things while raging.
So at the top of the round, as Cyan Wrath makes her attacks once again. A 12 on the first strike. I know that's not going to hit you. 17 on the second strike. So this time she rolls terribly low. She does not get her hit. She fucked up. Yeah. Big time. Surprisingly rolled 2 really bad low rolls. As pushing back, Demetria is able to kind of like, and that doesn't mean it's not really the fail on Cyan Wrath, but the prowess and the defense that we shared to Demetria as we push to Ravi as you're talking to this lady.
She may not speak, but I can see that there is great power within her. I need to know who she is. More information you can give us.
I don't. Actually, persuasion check really quick. Doesn't take any of your actions.
11.
It's good enough. Okay, please. And she starts to kind of drag you away from the people as her husband's trying to fend off, kind of pulling you away into the fields. These kind of tall grass kind of crunching down. I found her two weeks ago. I have always wanted a child. I have always asked Shantia for a child. I found her outside of the church.
You are
She is
meddling
innocent.
Listen, there are things happening that you don't understand.
What does that mean? They are turning on her, this mob mentality. They do not know. She has been nothing. She has been sweet. She is a sweet child.
I understand. But we cannot just hold these secrets in right now. If you continue to hold secrets, they will just get angrier and angrier.
And the rock hits the child. Like she collapses over and she staggers and she gets up. She has a little pebble mark where the blood is like running down her eyes. And she looks up at you, Ravi, and her mom, at the lady who's been, and she has these eyes that kind of, Ravi, maybe, I don't think the mother can see them, but you can see they kind of, the outer remnants of her pupils kind of have this, they don't glow. They have like a shimmer, like a golden shimmer.
I'm gonna go to heal. I'll heal the child because I'm assuming she would also want me to heal the child.
Mm-hmm. It's not like a ton of damage. It's like hit pointed. Yeah.
Oh, what languages do I speak? Fuck. Shit. I don't have anything.
Malcolm chose violence today. Malcolm decided to put us specifically through it.
You know what?
I mean, I acknowledge my participation in what is going on, but
can I cast Shield of Faith on the child?
You can.
Oh, yeah. I'll do.
What is a child's AC? Is the question.
It's like 10.
How high are they rolling?
It's less than 10. She's like an AC 8 right now.
No, it's 10.
Yeah,
she's like a regular person. Because I don't want to stall everyone here. I'd rather keep moving.
So as Ravi's doing this, what I'll do is if there's anything else, Ravi, you want to do, let me know. Rakalesh, you are back there watching Demetria fight, watching the hordes around you. Is there anything that you are doing?
I want to pray to the lizard god that bad things happen to Cyan Shimmer.
Cyan Wrath, yes.
Cyan Wrath, there it is, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And in doing so, doing my path to the grave. So next time she takes damage, she is vulnerable to said damage.
Okay.
And then bonus action, healing word myself. Because I can't do anything obvious to her that'd be interfering with the duel.
Fair enough.
So that's why I can't just heal Demetra.
Fair enough. That moves this camera panning over to Demetria.
I will bonus action cast Shield of Faith on myself. Thank you, Jameson. Shield of Faith. And then I'm going to attack her. I'm going to go on with the disruptor mace for a dirty 20.
That's gonna hit. She staggers back.
Drop a first level divine smite on that. Shit, that wasn't very good. And 14 points of damage.
She'll take it.
And then I'm going to attack
It's
again.
doubled to 24 or 28.
Oh, doubled up. 28.
I will hit. So they dance back and forth.
16.
How much? 16. Another 16 damage.
No, not another
No,
16.
yeah,
Damage.
16
Oh,
to
16 to hit. That does not. She blocks that.
All right.
You got an inspiration to use?
I don't. I always use my inspiration like the same game that I get them. Yeah, so that'll be Shield of Faith though, so my AC is up to 24.
Does that include the +1 from my thing?
Yeah.
What I will sell is I usually do with these. I did it with the one-on-ones. If on your turn you do something to help Demetria or try to, then I'll care for the inspiration. So I'll give you the inspiration from Rakalish.
Okay, cool. We'll re-roll that second attack then. 22.
We'll hit.
We'll drop another level 9 snipes. Get rid of all my first levels. That is for 17 doubled is 32.
That one's not doubled. Only the
That one's
first
not
one's
doubled. Okay,
Just
so that
17. Okay, I'm about to say, jeez. 1v wonder here over here.
1v wonder.
Hey Malcolm, you know me. I'm the king of 1v1s.
Yeah, man. Yeah, you would put your. I would put your character here to help her because he is a 1v. I need a constitution. You cut her again. She for the first time staggers and through her mask spits and blood comes kind of drips mixed with saliva splatters on the ground.
Demetria is going to take a second. I don't know if you give me the free time to say something on my turn.
Yeah, of course.
In her spit blood, Demetria is going to, she's like panting. She's injured herself. She's bleeding. She's going to look at Cyan Wrath and she's going to say, you don't have to lose your life over this. My life was spared when I didn't deserve it. There's still redemption available to you if you turn your back on Tiamat now. Think she would spare you if she was in my place? Yield, and you'll live.
I think that's the difference between you and I. You think I care about living. I only have one purpose. It is all about purpose. It is not about living. And then she kind of raises her back up. She throws her blades out again, and this time they kind of crackle with like lightning energy. Constitution save, Demetria.
+1 still going?
What'd you get?
The +1 is still going?
Is the +1 still going? Who was given Demetria? Who was Jameson? Are you there? Or was Rakalish there? Oh, were you giving her a plus? Is there still a +1 on that?
Yep, that lasts for 8 hours.
Oh yes, it's
Or
16.
no, that lasts for 1 hour, and it's no concentration required.
So 16.
Yeah.
Okay. So as she flashes those, this time you feel where she has cut you. You feel it again, and it causes you to stagger as you feel like necrotic energy. It feels like lightning, like needles picking at those areas. But it is really necrotic as it kind of shocks you. You take 21 points of necrotic damage. This 21 points also reduces your total hit points until your next long rest. And
so
you can and anyone who sees where she's cut, there's little, like when you light a firework and it starts to sizzle, Demetria's cuts are sizzling and like sparky where she's been attacked.
But the damage has been reduced by half because of Rakalesh's thing, right?
This is true. So then make it
That goes down to 10.
So make it down to 10.
Okay.
And Rakalesh's wounds are also sizzling.
Sizzle buddies.
Yeah.
Sizzle buddies.
And this puts us at Tempe, if I'm not mistaken.
Demetria looks pretty bad at this point, yeah?
Yeah, Demetria looks worse.
Yeah.
She's panting and her wounds are sizzling like a freshly opened can of Pepsi.
I'm gonna put this out here right now and let you know that because I'm playing this by the books right now. Demetria looks bad because I can see that they both look bad.
Yeah.
But they both look tough. They both are. So Demetria has given shots like she's taking them, just so that you can see that. I will say perception wise, Cyan Wrath is slightly on the up. Is a little bit more on the up right now. For now.
What about the rest of the people around?
They're starting to kind of cling. The knights, the cultists are kind of praying. You can hear them go, and then you can hear the knights just kind of start clang, 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 like clanging their weapons together now as this is starting to happen. Oh.
All right. Cool.
I know you were saying because at any this moment up until this point you've been holding your action, so you could have done something, but now it's your actual action. Because at this point now it's your actual action, you've kind of forgone that, and it's just like, is Tempe gonna do something, or does he just is he keep the honor of letting Demetria have this fight that she committed to, that she put out here?
Can I do two things? Let me see. I have inspiration. Can I give? I can't give that to her.
Actually,
now, it's not her turn, right? But
say that again.
So I have inspiration, but I don't think that would benefit at this moment. But what I can do, and can I use rally? I want to use my maneuver rally, and what rally is going to do is it's a bonus action for me, but she'll get temporary hit points off of my roll.
Okay.
But can we also use it as like me inspiring her?
You can, yeah. You know me. We're a role playing group, so you can describe how you want to use it.
I want to look at her. I want to roll rally, and well, I guess that's not bad. I want to rally, and I want to look at her, and I want to like grit my teeth because I see her kind of like, and I want to lock eyes with her, and I want her to. I don't know how to verbalize it because Tempe's not verbal anyway, right? So
it doesn't need to be verbal. They lock eyes, and she knows.
Yeah. He is looking to her to impart her. He doesn't want her to die. Don't die. And she gets 7 points of temporary hit points. 7 temporary. And he looks up towards Amnon and around at his friends. Because he's concerned right now.
Amnon, you're up as well. I don't know if you want to try to inspire the fight in some way, give Demetria some inspiration, or jump in, do something. I want to make sure everybody still has, even though this is a 1v1, has, you have agency.
Yeah, don't feel like stepping on my toes if you want to do something. Do whatever you want.
Yeah, I know. I keep thinking I would want to look for that perfect shot but all I got's an Eldritch Blast. I don't actually have anything that could probably like just take her down or anything. I would probably try to use some of my magic to nudge the fight if I could. Like if I can see that I can like. If I can see if I can like just shoot like a little Eldritch Blast just to shift her footing, just to push her foot out of the way so you're not expecting to pull her ankle or something.
I'm all for magic influences in fights. It's gonna be harder when the magic is very noticeable. Like a blast is a blast. A shot of an arrow is an arrow. If you're using like command or you're using some kind of like spell to kind of, maybe there's a chance they don't catch it, right? I will say there's a chance how you want to use it. Maybe you want to like throw off her footing with an Eldritch Blast. So you're saying you're not trying to hit her. Maybe that's a chance I might make you make an Arcana check on that Eldritch Blast, because you're not really rolling it to hit. You're rolling it to try to give Dimitri an aid. Or are you just firing an Eldritch Blast at Cyan Wrath?
I don't think so, because I feel like if I do anything, that's open war right away, you know.
Yeah.
Then the army versus army. So I completely agree that I might miss, because it's gonna have to be like a subtle spell, and I don't have that feat. Like I want it to kind of just be like tickle. Ooh. You know, like I do something small, but then something big cascade happens. You know, that's why I said I move the foot just a little bit. She trips a little bit, and no one notices anything happened.
Did you have like Mage Hand?
I don't think so. That's... the thing that the closest thing I can find is I can do that with is my Eldritch Blast. Is having a small Eldritch Blast. I don't have anything like that.
Yeah.
I have Prestigation.
If you can sell me on an Eldritch Blast and how you'd use it, I'll just give me an Arcana check instead of your Eldritch Blast. And whatever your Arcana is, I'll probably looking for a DC 15 with an Arcana check.
All right. Well, I'm almost thinking, because I'm reading that I can warm up like a drink. I wonder if I can like warm up like the water in her foot really fast. So that way she.
What spell is that you're using? Yeah.
Prestigation.
Prestigation. Okay, so yeah, prestigation could you know, because you can also make you can warm a drink. You can make fire go out, right? Like you can
noises. You can change. Like you can have like smells.
Yeah.
Yeah. So okay. So honestly, if I'm gonna look at the prestigation in that way, where I mean, I can take it that way. I mean, yeah, I would honestly, I can chill something. I would, right when she is moving, I would want to just chill like her knee joint, really fast, as fast as I can, just to have it lock
cause
up.
An opening for
just
Demetria.
To have it lock up. Yeah, just to lock up so she does this, you know. Just
so
like something
give me an
really
Arcana check, DC 15.
Okay.
I mean, I would have said just make her own saliva taste like dog shit.
Either way, I'm asking. Whatever the which I'm asking for that same. I'm gonna ask for that same check regardless.
23.
Nice. This will cause there's a lockup, as you can see it kind of drop, kind of slow, even in that wick moment, so that Cyan Wrath's next attack is a disadvantage. It's a disadvantage. Doesn't necessarily give Dimitri advantage. You took something away from Cyan Wrath, right? So her next attack.
I needed it to be like really subtle, so it doesn't cause like an attack. That's exactly what I wanted.
This probably maybe the last round. I don't know. Real the game. We'll see. Oh shoot, we're at the top of the round, so she would get her attack first before. Actually, I'd like to do Ravi's turn before she attacks. So what's Ravi doing?
Ravi's just gonna like turn around to the rest of the group. He's gonna just yell out to them, "We march on. There's no point in us standing around here, regardless of if this child is what they're looking for. We are sitting ducks out here in the open. We must get to the woods. We must find cover. And there's no point in fighting amongst ourselves, because that's not going to get us anywhere. Once we get somewhere safe, we can figure this out. You guys care about your town, yes?"
It's quiet.
You guys care about your people?
Vanish persuasion check. They start to look at each other.
17.
Damn. Story of the dice. You beat it, you beat it, is exactly what I had. Kind of like there's a bit of grumbling. Oh, all right, we move. Keep them towards the back. Yes. Fine. And they all start to follow Ravi. Ravi, the little girl, is kind of huffing, kind of like, you know, how kids get got hit with a pebble on her head. You know, I don't know if there's anything you're doing to quell that, or
can I? This isn't necessarily what it does mechanically, but it's kind of within the flavor of what it does. Can I just do my Twilight Sanctuary and just try to bring the emotions down, kind of just get everyone to chill out a little?
Yeah. Arcana check.
9.
Okay.
God, Solidi's mad at me.
Okay. You rolled a 9 on that.
Yeah.
Okay. Back. Disadvantage the first roll. She's fighting everything she's got here and throws 2 15s, which means that she just it just mutes out for 25 to hit.
That hits. Even with the
yeah, even with the disadvantage, unfortunately. So slashing
He has like a +10 to her attacks.
yes. That's yes, now you know.
At least I was killed by a badass. At least I was killed by someone with good stats.
That's what's crazy is you've been like holding your own. I was like, oh shit, this could, you know, they're both getting so
Mark and I got one turned.
11 for slashing, and the necrotic damage be 12. So are you still taking half of that, right? So 23, so 11. Yeah. And then her second regular attack is
can I use my reaction to Hellish Rebuke her?
you can. And she gets a 26 on that second attack. So
first I'm gonna Hellish Rebuke her. And 15. 16 points of fire damage.
Sorry, the second attack is as the blade comes across, because they were like crackling with that energy to do different amount of damage. So how much damage? 16. She'll take it. So she's still taking that 16 and still looking bloodied. Her strike back, the second strike on you, like at this point it's just blow for blow. This one crackles and sizzles across Demetria for 25 points of damage.
Was that a crit to hit?
No, that's the regular damage, because remember her blades crackle with the lightning, so this blade is doing more damage than the average.
So what was it, 25 you said?
25.
Halved.
So halved. So then it's 24, so 12.
12, okay.
Yeah. Still up. All right. Ravi already went, Rakalesh, and then Demetria.
So the great thing about my channel divinity is I can do it twice. So the next hit she takes, she's going to be vulnerable.
Okay.
And the great thing about channel divinity is no one knows you do it but yourself.
I know in my heart that you've done it, and I appreciate it.
I love it.
And then bonus action, healing word myself, because I'm not looking too good either.
Oh shit, because you guys are sharing damage.
Yeah, he's
I realized at some point the cultists are probably like, that motherfucker over there is taking damage. Like, I'm sure there's a cultist somewhere that's like, this shit's but we'll allow it.
It's a good thing none of the other cultists respect him. None of the other cultists are paying attention.
He can't break concentration with them either, so he needs to pay attention to what he's doing.
No, there's no concentration required for what I'm doing.
No, those other fuckers, not you.
Yeah.
No, yeah. So then Reckless does that. Demetria, you're up.
Okay. I'm gonna save my last spell slot for a smite if I can get one. So first attack. 30-20.
Hits.
Part of me is like, do I save the divine smite for a possible nap on the next hit? No, I'm a coward. I'm going to.
Because
then
wow.
this hit, she's vulnerable.
double.
Yeah.
She's vulnerable right now. So she's vulnerable, meaning that all her damage is double?
Yep.
Oh, okay. That would
So I'm gonna drop my last second level divine smite. So that's going to be an extra 3d8 plus the disruptor mace.
Damn,
Doubled.
This is crazy.
So that's 10, 15, 19 plus 4, 23 doubled for 46 points of damage.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
46, 43?
46.
46. You heard her.
All right. All right. That's the first hit.
That's my first hit.
You cut the shit out of her. She spins around. Her helmet flies off. Spits up blood. She's still standing though.
Oh God. All right.
Really surprised with this Reckless. You are one thing. The amount of hit points she has is crazy. That this is gone on. This is impressive. Really impressive.
I did not die like a schmuck. Let that be my legacy.
You have your second attack?
Hit her again harder.
All right.
7, 19.
19 hits?
Yeah. Go on. Oh, sorry. I fucking mic'd on. My bad. Bro, I'm still here.
Not gonna be much because it's only there's no chance she's secretly been undead this entire time, is there?
She's not undead. Yeah.
Just checking just in case with that fancy mace. Alright, it's full 6 plus 4, so an extra 10.
How much damage?
10 points of damage.
9.
10.
10 points of damage.
So I have a plus 4 to the mace, and I rolled a 6 on the d6.
Okay. So both of them looking fucking haggard. She staggers back. One of your blades, Demetria stabbing through. Like she's coughing up blood. She pulls herself off of it. Some of the cultists are still chanting, but starting to look like, what is happening here? Like, how is this? Why is Demetria not laying in the dust at this point? And she starts to look and realize how, like, almost mortally wounded she could be. All right. It's fair. And then she just, she screams with everything she has. Constitution save, Demetria, using all, because every turn, basically, at this point, she's been using all of her legendary actions to channel through this one move where you make this con save. She has others, but she's just been.
16.
And so, like, honestly, I think in this moment, Demetria knows without this. I mean, now they're both are sharing. Demetria is sharing some power from a friend, some form of magic. But Demetria, I think, knows in this moment, she, with her friend standing by, watching on, has been able to fend off someone of way greater power, way greater level to this point. And she can tell that Cyanrath is frustrated. There's a moment in Cyanrath that if she was just a warrior, if she did not have Takesis on her side, if she did not have maybe a blessing, she would be down. And I think Cyanrath's eyes show that. But as Cyanrath lets out that cry, Demetria is flooded with 36 points of necrotic damage that I imagine would down her. would not kill her, but would down her. Just and as Demetria just as in it's like her body locks up in agony and goes over. And as she crawls over, Demetria, you are not actually like knocked out. You are down, but you are very aware. You are kind of on the ground heaving from this energy that's going through you. As she's taking in as, huge gulps of breath, bleeding out herself. Tempe. You have lost.
If I rally and she gets temporary hit points, will that bring her back up?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm gonna rally. I'm gonna scream. Tears are down my face, and I'm gonna scream no. And 5 hit points.
Better than nothing. Better than nothing. See.
And as this rallying cry, Demetria, was it like as you kind of come to and pull yourself up?
Imagine the pain is still there. And it's flooding like through her system. And for a second, as she hits the ground, right? She's hitting the ground in this dirt pathway leading up to this keep in Greenest. But for a second, as she hits the ground, she imagines herself like the blacksmith that she killed, hitting the red brick streets in the middle of Waterdeep. And then she hears Tempe's voice crying out, and she grits her teeth, and she thinks about how, right, Cyan Wrath was talking about how purpose is more important than living. But in this moment, hearing Tempe call out for her, Demetria's purpose is living. For Tempe, for Ravi, for her friends. And so she's going to do the anime, fists to the ground, push herself back up to standing, and she's going to spit blood at Cyan Wrath.
As it splashes across her armor, some across her helmetless face. This amazing kind of moment as they stand off between each other. Amnon looking down from the parapets. Is there anything that you would do?
Let me see. I can only touch her to cure wounds.
That's what I was gonna say. If you had your familiar just invisible, just tucked on her leg or something.
Yeah, I could have done that, but I wanted it made more sense for Axel to go with Ravi though. I feel like all I can do is watch at this point. No, honestly, if I saw her go down, I would run down to try and help heal her.
Run down from the top. So what do you mean run down? Like that would take.
Yeah,
I would. You would just be running down. Yeah.
To try to get to her to do the cure wounds.
So as that happens, top of the round, the 24, she just rushes in and grabs Demetria by the back of her head and runs her through, and looks at her in her face. I'm really surprised. She's like bleeding out of her mouth. You really gave me a run for my money. Doing the first blade attack, doing putting Demetria down with 19 points.
Each one does 1 point of damage.
And she pulls the blade out. She looks at her friends. And heaving, she looks up at the pair. She looks at all of you. She goes, "You can help your friends. mine can help me too. And as you can hear the rising of the cultist behind her, you can tell that her wounds start healing as the cultists, the cult fanatics who start to cast healing word on her. As her and then she brings her blade up like that towards the sky. With her second attack, plunging down with a 26, directly down into Demetria's chest. Is there any reaction from you? That's her second attack. Demetria has 2 auto fails here.
How much damage is that though? I'm still taking the damage.
Oh yes, I haven't even rolled for that damage. Just so the second damage is.
I'm at 13 hit points, so if
17
you roll 26, I'm going down.
And so 32 points of damage.
So Rakalesh goes down.
Rakalesh faints. Rakalesh faints.
So again, I ask you, with blood on her face, whose town is this? Tarlo is in shock. The group is in shock. Demetria is not dead, but clearly on the brink of it. And walking next to Ravi is this little girl in linen, and the little girl turns and angrily just looks out towards the crowd of people and screams. And all the people who gave her any kind of grievance, their head explodes in flames. And so, I'd say 25, 30 people just drop dead. Crash to black, and we'll end our session there.
God, I hate you.
I will see you in 2 weeks.
Damn it.
Hey, Malcolm. What the fuck?
I feel so stupid when Emon would have just panicked and ran down, but I'm like, I should have just taken the shot.
Nah, it's good. I'm mainly just man, we really screwed the pooch on this one. Who's gonna report back to the lady that she's like, go find these fallen stars. And we lose 2 members, and also all these people, and also there's a dragon rider chick.
I can totally say I totally did not expect this episode to play out. It was totally not supposed to play out like this. But that's how it played out.
Listen, this is why you don't bully children.
Everybody watching, if anybody watches this, don't fuck with kids.
Yeah.
That's the moral of today's episode. The moral of today's episode is don't fuck with kids.
Don't fuck with kids.
Here's the thing. I want to be as fair and be honest as possible. I played the villain completely by her rules. And before they cast any healing on her, you had her down to 16 points of hit points.
I could have, if I had
16 points
without smites, if I rolled, I could have downed her.
You could have downed her. It was a point where I was like, she's gonna go down, and then it just didn't happen. And because of her action, her legendary action move is ridiculous. It just literally just does a shit ton of damage.
Why did I do this? That's my question. Why the fuck did I do this?
And I will also be honest. So she was never. There was this moment where the way you guys were talking and the way you were talking to her is she stepped up, and there was a moment where one person was gonna offer a 1v1, and it would have been her bodyguard. It would have been this guy.
I was chatting with her, like me,
but
and so she decided that she needed to kill me.
Oh Jesus! Yeah, that's rough. Well,
you're not dead yet.
You're not dead yet.
I got 3 more rallies.
Yeah.
No, Demetrius fine because
standing on the
once
sideline right now, just fucking hysterical.
It's like Swiss cheese.
Well, I got a Toll of the Dead, and I got healing too. So Dimitri will be fine.
Well, I just love the way the party was like, oh yeah, we're gonna take, because it was she was like, take the little girl to the field. It was just like, it just turned into a completely different episode. It was like, yeah.
Do you expect anything less from us, Malcolm?
I would not. And I think what's interesting is like the way you all were playing it is like you were like, Greenest has to burn. It has to just be a fucking full-on war shit show. I mean, for now, where we're at now, I don't know if it's still going to be that, because I don't know if, because here's the thing, she's just stabbed her through, so I don't know what you guys are going to do now. I don't know if her friends just go fucking ape shit. I don't know if Tempe goes ape shit and starts.
Tempe, I gotta be honest. Every single time it was really hard for me not to do it. But I feel like I fucking hate this game sometimes, because I feel like you have to like you can't, like, we've been playing these characters for a long time. Like there are things about these characters that I feel like
there's an honor thing, right? Like it
would be weird. Dimitri,
it would be out of character. Would have been out of
it would be out of character for both me and Dimitri right now. I think for her to accept help, or for me to try to.
And I used no help from the cultist the entire fight. I was like, this is gonna be a straight fight with Cyan Wrath. And so, the only reason that started to happen at the end is that when we started to realize that people are like helping, over the course of a fight, they realized that the people are helping. And so at that point, it's kind of Cyan Wrath sharing like, okay, I got healers in my party too. Like this shit, like, you could do like mass cure wounds from a minute, but yeah, it was damn.
You're definitely better looking than theirs.
So really, you guys just got to get her on her feet before she has to force to take that.
Or she can roll in that 20.
Or she can roll tech 20 or just jump back.
Roll in that 20.
And she's...
I feel like into that ghost lady. I shouldn't have talked to her. I should have talked to Muhammad, but instead I decided to talk to her because I was thinking about her. I think that this will definitely be a moment for Demetria to consider that whole violence first thing that's been happening lately, like at the bridge.
Yeah, it was,
I got farther than I thought I would.
It makes sense because there's been this, like, they meet people and be like, let's fucking do it. And then they just like wreck them and they run away. And it's like, we're unstoppable, right? Like, so.
I also think that Demetria wouldn't, right now, thinking about like, here's this town that's about to get occupied by these cultists that we know are like bad folk. Demetria wouldn't be cool walking away from that if she's like a fighter and they don't have any fighters.
Yeah, it makes
like,
sense.
I don't think that wasn't an option either. There wasn't giving them the water in the earth wasn't a viable option. Even if they didn't destroy the city, just living under the thumb of these people can't be good because they're the kind of people that make demands like this.
And Bahama wouldn't like that.
Yeah, and Bahama wouldn't like that.
It's very true.
And also the risk of them finding the star that was nearby. Like there was too much at stake.
Where the fuck is Killjourn's bum ass? And
I almost had him, you know what's funny is I almost had him show up when you were having the tough talk with Ravi, but I didn't want to like interject as a DM. But I think even if he did show up, I think Killjourn is not going to interfere with that fight because
he wouldn't either. He was
Demetria is having ask for a one-on-one based on the rules. I think if anything, Killjourn might be responding probably to the thing that's just fucking happened where people's heads exploded on fire.
Yeah, that might be. I don't blame him for that being. That would be my priority too if I was there. I don't blame him for that being his priority.
All right, guys, I gotta get out.
Later on. Yeah,
good time. See ya.
I also have to make death saves.
Oh shit! Yeah, Rakalesh is down too. That shit was crazy.
Rakalesh is down too, bro.
I will say, Rakalesh, this is probably your moment where you kept like where we kind of see the value of like we see like why you keep him around because
my ass hard.
You would not have been in that fight as long as you were without Rakalesh.
Absolutely not.
There would have been absolutely no way.
This isn't a victory, so it's not like I can give you a victory. But if this was a victory, if this was a W, it would be half yours. Yeah. But it's not a W, unfortunately.
And as a DM, I rarely ever tell players like, "Oh, you're gonna die." But that's why when you ask the lady, the spirit, she's like, you're gonna die. Like, don't do this.
Your death will inspire.
She's like, I forgive you, but bitch, you about to go to the afterlife with me. So you go ahead and do that.
Cheryl, this is your NPC, but can I say that Ebony and her are dating in Bahamas?
No, that's fair. I believe that.
What's so
really,
funny
Ebony owes
too
me, 'cause Ebony wouldn't
is
be gaming here if I didn't send her over there.
I thought all week, and when I wrote Cyan Wrath, I said when she sees Demetria, she's gonna find her strikingly like beautiful. But I wrote a line is like Cyan Wrath is gonna think if Demetria brings that to her, if she brings any of that energy, it's like you're pretty, but like that's not gonna save you from this. Like but what's funny is I didn't expect you to like try to talk her down. So it's funny that like I wrote it like the way I was like putting it together, and it was like, oh, here comes Demetria with that shit. Like I'm gonna try to be the face of the party. It was like it was so good.
I will say, if I survive this, I still have the save to make, but if I survive this, I look forward to the final battle redo.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be good.
Rivalry is key now to my
whatever comes across from this is gonna be good.
And like, if I don't, make my death saving throw, my replacement character could be living in the forest of sharp teeth and meet up with Robbie.
Yes.
There's a narrative in. There's a narrative in.
Here's the thing. I was like, towards the end, I was like, did Cheryl and Malcolm plan this whole thing? Is this Star Kid? Is this Demetria's new character? Or is this Cheryl's new character?
No, oh no.
I don't think it was because Cheryl panicked in this game.
Well, I was thinking because I was thinking about it, and this character being like the star child is very similar to
my star druid, who's my replacement. But
I felt some meta gaming kind of starting to creep in and run the like because Sean, I think you've played this before, so you've played the standard Greenest scenario.
Yeah. I've run it a couple of. Well, I haven't run it, but I've been in two games that.
How does it end in the ones you played?
It always ends bad.
Really interesting.
Yeah, it always ends bad because the groups that I were in were like,
yeah,
and it was early on too. When I
is there a 1v1 in your version?
There wasn't one of them. There was a 1v1.
Okay.
Yeah, and it didn't.
So I tried to keep some thorough lines. So there is an up in Green in the original. There is a 1v1. It's not so. I did make that opportunity open, which was interesting because the great thing of weird thing about D&D is like that's a module that many of you haven't played, but like you were all like Michelle was already marching towards a 1v1 like since the break. Like it was like, it was just weird how you guys
like there was a moment like an hour ago where I was about to chat Cheryl and be like, did you fucking want to die tonight? Like,
no, I don't know what I've had the weirdest day. I started out in such a good mood today, and then I had therapy and it I crashed hard emotionally.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Like
I hope this doesn't. I don't want this to affect and put on top of that.
No. This was great. This was fun, but it was like I don't know what it was about me today. I crashed emotionally really hard around like 2 or 3. I took like a brief unsatisfactory nap, and then I dragged myself to that department thing. I chugged a Modelo, and then I came here, and this was fun, and this was really fun. And so I think that I didn't have all my brain cells at my disposal today, but I'm not mad about it because it was still enjoyable. Because that's the great thing about D&D is you don't need brains to have fun.
I know DMs are not supposed to share things, but it's always sometimes I like this girl, I like share it together. But I will say, so funny because you guys were on that Greenest effect. The town has to burn. And what's so funny is the one thing I wrote in my notes is like, if they just take the offering, they just the cultists just fucking leave.
They just leave. What's the point? What's the point?
But what are they? But what?
Oh no, they don't. It's not like they don't leave. Yeah, it's like they don't leave. But I won't say they just leave. But they get what they want. It's enough to know.
Like 3D chess. They're like,
it's like
souls now.
Well,
like,
thank you. That's all we asked for.
I still would.
We're not gonna burn anything. We're not gonna fight anybody.
Not acceptable.
Yeah.
Not acceptable outcome. Not acceptable.
Because what winds up happening, I know what wound up happening in the other game is that once Greenest got taken over, it was full of cultists, and then it was pretty much a TPK except for like 1 or 2 characters, and then those characters met up with other characters that then were playing
okay.
And they heard about what was happening in Greenest. It was that kind of situation, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Just remember, you're playing a completely different game that will have some.
Yeah, it's not. It's
light. It's like a, the multiverse kind of like there will be some things that line up and things that just fucking absolutely don't.
I think another thing is also that Demetria has already agreed to work with Araka, and that's too much. She's already agreed to work with the Castlanters. That's too much.
There's a lot of
full up on negotiating with evildoers. She's full up on letting them do their thing. She's sick of it. These people want this town. No, that's it. No.
I mean, I kind of
It was
feel
a
bad.
badass fight. I will say I was thoroughly impressed.
It was a
It's
bad-
all the credit goes to Jameson. Jameson's
was
the only reason I had any good
Yeah.
showing at all.
I will say with the right group, I always get scared. 1v1s can make everybody else feel like, what am I doing? But like, if you guys let me know if these 1v1s are ever like boring you, but so far in this game, the 1v1s are just, oh shit. Like, it's always like, oh shit level. Like, it never feels like a boring time with everything that's going on between the characters. But I think it's because of the way you guys play the characters in between the rounds. So
it's kind of like, it's not like, oh no, I'm gonna lose a fight in D&D. Oh no, I'm gonna have to like watch the emotional devastation of all these people who I like.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really, when I signed on tonight, I didn't plan on having 4 hours of trauma. So
no, yeah, you were like, I'm about to get out early. When you said that early, I was like, we'll see about that.
yeah.
when you said I'm gonna log out early, I was like, all right, Sean, you go ahead and try that.
Sean, it's like nearly 11. You need to go to bed.
I know.
Yeah, go to bed, man. I
I'm-
really didn't know it was gonna hit the fan like this. I didn't really know how it was gonna happen. There was a chance that you guys were gonna just be fucking having an all-out war there. But it was very interesting. From Ravi taking the people away from get-go, that started to change things for sure. But it was interesting. That was fun.
This has changed a lot of shit. No
Yeah.
matter what happens after the next.
I'm wondering
game.
because I'm just thinking the entire time Ravi was dealing with that kid, I'm like, fuck, this is another Ravi sees himself in this kid, you know, getting like tried to get turned away from the group of villagers and getting driven away. And so I'm like, the kid turning on all of them like this. I'm like, what the fuck is this gonna do to
Okay.
Ravi's
Well,
self-perception?
The thing is, I don't know, because I feel like as soon as I saw that like kind of chaotic energy swirling within this child, my mind, I don't know, I guess I stepped out of Ravi for a bit, and my mind went to, this is just a chaos energy being that needs to be like,
Let's like put the little stick out and let's just hold it over here. It's just
and I'm assuming that if I had rolled higher on that Arcana check,
Yeah.
this wouldn't have happened.
That
Yeah.
wouldn't have happened. Yeah, I think your previous checks, I think you kept it from being a devastating amount of energy.
Oh, that would have been so annoying.
Yeah, so I think you did like you
wasn't
kind
that
of
whole. It was only 20 to 30 people, not the whole.
yeah, it wasn't like this.
Yeah, it wasn't the Innocence. So you
Right.
got-
Yeah, it was all the people like that threw the rocks at her like mom.
Oh yeah,
that were
they're
hating
the
on her.
people in that Twilight Zone episode about Maple.
Yeah,
those people.
babe, I just watched that like last week. I love that you know that because Twilight Zone is like it's like shit. The
My
people
mom,
on Maple
my mom
Street.
actually loved Twilight Zone. We had
Love
the
it.
little like thin paper bundle of Twilight Zone episodes when I was a kid. They
I
scared the
love
shit
it.
out. The one with the little robot gave me nightmares. With the old ladies getting murdered by the little robot. It's like one of the
All the
Oh,
little
yeah.
robots that are climbing in her house and like
That's
stabbing
Yeah.
her, all like U.S. astronauts at
that
the
gave
end of
me
the.
nightmares for weeks.
Dude,
As a little kid.
when I was a kid, that was a terrifying.
That was a
episode.
terrifying one for sure.
Or like
For
the
sure.
gremlin one on the wings also gave me. That was my
Oh,
mom's
I
favorite
love that one though.
episode.
I love
Talking
that one. That was
Tina,
cool.
the little doll the girl brings home to her dad.
Oh, no, that
Oh,
fucked
God.
me up too.
I
I,
agree.
Oh,
Those
my
are-
name is Talking Tina, and you
Ah,
better
so-
be nice to me.
Mhm.
Yeah, like that shit's
Oh,
so
I can't
scary,
remember
so
that.
much scarier than Chucky because like
That
she
way
doesn't
fucking
even
scarier.
move. This bitch, he takes her and puts her head in a vice grip in the garage and starts twisting that shit. And he's like, why don't you don't feel that? She goes, I feel pain, but I can take it if you can. Like it's just like she like her.
Bro, it's
so
way
good.
scarier than anything that comes out.
It's
now.
Yeah, old school
way
Twilight Zone was
slower.
not in the realm of fucking around. Old school Twilight
They
Zone
were
was like, we're gonna
not
make you fear your neighbors
I
and
only-
everything else about your life.
More memories.
I only remember 2 episodes of the Twilight Zone. The one, I think it's like the first episode where it's the dude with the library where he survives the nuclear accident and then he breaks his
Yeah.
Oh,
glasses.
good. He breaks his
It's not
glasses.
fair. That's not
It's
fair.
not
Oh, I do
fair.
remember that one. Okay.
But they're so relevant to today. Like the Maple Street one, it's so relevant to this idea. Like you're pointing fingers at your neighbors, being like, "Oh,
Mhm.
you're the bad guy.
Remember
You're
that.
the bad guy. You're the bad guy." It
Plenty of Maple Streets. Plenty of
yes.
We
One to
fucking-
the other.
And then the other
One
one is
to the
where
other.
the woman gets surgery to look beautiful,
Oh,
and then
Yes,
she
and
looks normal,
everyone's
then
kind of
everyone else
ugly, and
looks-
they tell her to go off with her own kind of, to There's so many. I literally probably keep Twilight Zone on repeated. Like I probably go through all 6 or 7 seasons at least twice a year. It's ridiculous. It's literally like as I plan D&D, I'll just turn on and I just watch Twilight. I just let Twilight Zone run in the background. It's a lot of it's weird inspiration, but
The only one I remember.
We can tell, Malcolm. We can tell how it
Yeah, we can
inspired.
tell. We can tell.
Also,
one I
Malcolm, I
remember
sent
is-
you
I
a
gotta fucking
DM.
go because I'm dying right now.
Bye, Sean. Goodbye.
Bye,
I'm sorry, Sean, man. Hopefully sleep. Hey,
Thank you guys so much. Fucking, this game. Fuck.
plan how you're gonna save Demetria next week.
I'm
Hopefully,
gonna try really hard. I don't know. My 3 more rallies. I don't know how far it's gonna get us, but I'm gonna try. All right, you guys. Thanks so much.
yeah.
All right, bye, Sean.
Bye, Sean.
I honestly thought I was like, when you committed to that fight, I was like, this is gonna be quick. All right,
I
we're
saw
gonna
on your
end-
face. I saw on your face.
I was
when
like,
I,
all right,
as
well.
soon as I committed to it, and I saw your reaction, I'm like, that was a mistake. I think I even said
You
it.
said that was a mistake, and I go, yeah. And then it started to change because over the course of the fight, I'm like, oh shit, she might win this fight. Like I gotta like turn tail on this because they're
I
gonna.
am 100% satisfied. I enjoyed every second of this.
I
This
was literally like, they are gonna win this, and now like all these cultists gotta fucking march. Gotta just turn tail and march that town, and that is gonna be such a big win for them. That's like really, but yeah, it just worked out. Like,
could be.
she,
And I'm almost kind of like at this, with all this shit going on, especially right now, we're hitting like this narrative
yeah,
theme of like there are these huge forces at play that we're not always going to be able to literally 1v1 as we get up into this end game, because it's like, right, this kid in this.
that's
this
what I'm
kid,
trying to share with them in the outside world.
yeah, because it right, we're not in this city where we're a one little team dealing with little groups of people anymore. It's we're out here, here's an army, and we're 5 people. And I do think it was a situation that Demetria couldn't refuse because of how Demetria is personally and because of what the other options were. But it's one of those, like, there's no good option for Demetria here. And the one she chose happens to be the one that ends up with grievous bodily harm. So
Yeah. Also, Demetria, when that last attack, the 21, I think it was 21.
yeah, but
That should have also reduced your max hit points.
I'll long rest.
Which you're still, yeah. So you're not at 0 max hit points. Okay, because if that would have reduced you to 0, that would have been a really bad moment. Yeah.
No,
Don't
that would not
worry.
have.
Yeah.
I tried mentioning it in the last session, but I kept getting interrupted when we were talking about like the flashback before leaving Waterdeep.
Oh.
I kept trying to tell you that I bought 3 Revivify diamonds.
Mm.
Thank you. If I decide to be reviewed.
Did you ask me before you bought 3 Revivify diamonds? Where'd you buy these from, Rakalish?
They're diamonds and they're 300 gold, and we had over 1,000 gold.
Okay, so you bought diamonds. Okay, so you bought diamonds worth. Okay, and then who cast Revivify in the party? You.
I
But
can't.
you're
Yeah.
unconscious.
Okay.
I know. I'm saying like right now it's useless, but I was trying to.
Yeah. Good to know. Okay.
That's like
So
3.
yeah,
That's
just
like
coup de grace the lizard real quick. Then there's actual consequences.
I mean, like, right, lizard god. Bahamut's kind of a big lizard in a way. really, lizard god is kind of Bahamut's cousin. I think we can make this work. I think this friendship has promise.
Yeah,
Basically,
go ahead and call
her
Bahamut big lizard.
blades can turn the body into ashes.
Ugh,
She
that's
could just-
sizzling.
Yeah.
I'm just glad I beat the shit out of her. I'm very pleased. at this. I'm very pleased to be out.
Really.
Even if I die, I like it narratively. I like it thematically.
Yeah.
I like that I didn't go out like a chump. That's just the.
You would have.
Yeah.
I
'cause
would
the
have.
way
Thank you, Rocklesh. Because of Rocklesh and Jameson, I did not go out like a chump.
I mean, your AC is 22, which is crazy. Like,
And then it bumped up to 24 when I cast Shield of Faith, which I really should have dropped.
Wait, your AC was 22?
Yeah, because I fixed my I fixed something, so I was back up to 21. Or
Yeah.
I upped my strength or something. My some bonus went up, so now I was
looks
at
like it's 22.
So if it was at 22, you were getting +1 from me. That would have been 23.
No, I'm at 21. You gave me a +1.
The most you would have got is 24, but most of my attacks were doing 24 to 26.
Yeah,
on
because you
average.
have +10, which is nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, this was good.
That was a
Maybe I'll sleep it off and I'll regret something later.
If it makes you feel good, Demetria, whether you die or not, which it sounds like there's a good opportunity that you don't, but you almost did almost 200 points of hit points.
Damn.
And
half of those were all Rocklish. Half of those.
And you only had what, 70 or something? Yeah. So between you and Rocklish, you guys did almost 200.
My max hit points are 56.
That's crazy. I don't even know how. I'm frustrated at the way this villain is written. If that's possible, that shows you just how strong 5th edition players are. What you can do with some with
the right backup.
Right backup. Absolutely, you work.
I mean, essentially, she was a paladin barbarian for that fight.
Yeah.
Which is kind of a Demetria thing.
Yeah, because she's like halving. Yeah, because you were halving all the. That's what it was. You were halving all. He was halving all there because she was sharing the damage with you. So yeah, it worked well.
And then occasionally,
so literally, he was like your Mad Max blood bag, like that. They take the blood bag into like the drive to Valhalla. That was great. Oh man, dude, that's crazy. I was like, yeah,
I did not expect this. I did not.
That's what, even with the whole connect, I was like, I have to have the spirit show with her. Like, this is a bad idea. Like,
but bad idea, but there's no good idea.
There's no good ideas often. Yeah, and he's great. It was great. I loved it.
I also find it funny that spell doesn't go away if she goes down. It only goes away if I go down. So even when she was knocked out and then got coup de grace, I still took the damage and got down myself.
That's fine. It's God.
I am definitely excited for this next episode and where we pick up, because
I'm terrified.
2 down, 3 to go.
Damn.
Yeah, I gotta figure out how to remedy this situation that just went down and have a -1 to charisma.
Because the people are fucking like they're fucking starting to like panic and scream.
What I was thinking you were gonna do, I'm like, yep, any second now Lex is gonna do this. I thought you would like wolf out, grab the kid by the scruff and bolt, and like try and giddy out of there, but that didn't end up happening. Which I get, because it's also Ravi's trying to protect these people, which is like there's no good way to handle that.
A sleep spell. It's a child. How many hit points does the kid got?
If only we had a special kind of bag of holding that you could breathe inside. A bag of holding with an atmosphere.
Okay, but does this child even really need to breathe?
Oh, does the child really need to breathe? That's a great. We'll give her a straw just in case. Tell her to stay up near the surface.
Straw.
What's so funny? So often when I plan out games, because especially the way you guys play D&D, I never really know. Even when I try to I'll plan out 2 games and be like, I'll give them a random name. And I remember giving this a name, Innocence and Embers. And I remember the first time as soon as I posted it, you remember Riley being like, this game was going to be exciting. I think you posted it on in the group. It was like, this game's going to be interesting. I can't wait for this one. I'm like, and what's funny is I had already planned it out and stuff. And I looked online. I was like, oh, tonight's Innocence and Embers. I was like, I don't know how this is going to go. Half the time I'm just fucking throwing shit out there to make it sound interesting. And I don't even know how it's going to, completely what's going to really happen. But
as like a DM,
it was Innocence and Embers.
Before anything happened.
God damn.
It happened. The embers, like the burning wounds.
Wait, so question: Are there 4 other children just out there, or 4?
I don't know. And I knew it was funny is when I did make this. I made that image of the little girl was created from Midjourney, and so because of the descriptors I use, her hair is flaming. So I was like, I almost didn't use that image because I was like, it lets a lot. It lets a lot out the bag of what this little girl's capable of. And sure enough,
I also sent you a DM on Discord about the Theros.
Oh, okay.
Because pretty much what it was is, I don't want Alcides to just jump levels. So instead, a compromise for that would have been, because I was just looking at random homebrewed items, and someone did artifacts for all the lesser Theros gods. So Mogus, Roas, and gave them all their own items, and then made the description match up. So just giving him the shield of Iros, which is the bulwark of brotherhood, I think is what it's called.
Okay, I'd be good with that.
Ravi has no idea what's going on. Ravi is going to have to hear about this later. Can we all swear to not tell Ravi how many times I went down? Can we just let him Don't worry about it, kiddo.
It's okay, Ravi. Nothing bad happened, but your mom is dead.
By the way, Cheryl, I gave you rights to change the stuff in Legend Keeper, and I still don't see any Killjourn.
Yeah, no,
quotes.
sorry.
I'm just messing with you.
This week has been starting classes.
No, I am
always
not.
knocking off my game. Plus, I also really want to just go back and rewatch episodes so I can pull direct quotes.
I love it.
We don't have that many Storm King Thunder's episodes actually posted. I think we have like the finale and stuff like that.
Yeah, the Storm King stuff that we have a lot less because I didn't really record it. I wasn't really recording a lot of those. At some point, I just kind of was like just playing them through.
Yeah.
I wish I did now. So I will share now. Cyan Wrath is now like in PC. We'll see if she survives next game. But yeah.
She's gonna be my nemesis. I'm going to convert her to the side of good with the power of the biceps. Gonna just make Kataya's life even worse. I'm just gonna introduce an even scarier new girlfriend. Old hat Kataya. I found an eviler.
Oh yeah, I think this, because Kataya was like the old fling. I think like this, if she survived, Demetria survives this could be like a weird love war hate love hate kind of
just has girlfriends all over Faerun.
Hey,
this is really starting to shape up to feel like I think because if you, as much as we always talk about, like I know you guys had like a book club where you guys said like the Dragonlance books or so, like, you know, kind of whatever, they're kind of very cliche, but the one thing that they do have is this constant like there's this kind of love things going back and forth between characters, and then there's a lot of like there is like one particular interesting situation between the characters that are like one's on top, like Tiamat's side, and one's on Bahamut's side, and they like both love each other, and like so. I was like, oh shit, could be this situation. I don't know.
The side of good. I gave her a chance to run away, which I shouldn't have been able to because that was muted, but we'll say that's that I tried to spare her, and then she killed me anyway.
I love it. Yeah, she's like, nah, I'm good.